Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, hey!
Yo, what's happening, everybody? Spline Design Studios. Whoa, hold on, let's do this. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Wrong screen. Yeah, I was checking out things going on, I guess, with the. Whoa, wait a minute. Earbuds weren't in. My bad. What did I miss? Yeah, just put the earbuds in there. What happened here? Second. Uh-oh, where's my... there it is. Razor James coming on in here. That's what it was. I know I missed something there. Cool. 33 months. Wow. Appreciate that. Welcome into Razor James. So I'm just catching up with chat here. So you had a serpentine belt. Those are always fun. Serpentine belts are always fun. How many idler arms and all that stuff did you have on it? Harmonic balancer, all that good stuff? Is that how that works? Yeah, those are always fun. Definitely make, let me know out there if the audios are a little bit too loud. Twitches keep changing things on their end, I guess, as far as like that, how that gets broadcasted out to the channel. And it's kind of really hard to get a one-to-one feel, I guess, as far as how the audio's between the mic and the background music and all that kind of stuff. So if at any point anything is out of whack, out of sync, or anything like that, definitely let me know so I can get a clue of what I can do or maybe not do, depending on what Twitch is doing. They're changing a lot of protocols, I guess, as far as this to help streamers, I guess, as far as with the whole idea, I guess, with the hate raids and the bot follows and things like that. They're giving a lot more tools to streamers, I guess, to be able to control and handle those types of things. So in the process of doing that, it tends to step on some of the functionality that we have with the dashboard in our channel. So it's growing pains, for lack of a better thing. So you had a tensioner, either bearing or noisy. Yep, that's usually a good sign. Music is a tad loud. Okay, good. Thanks for letting me know. Let me adjust that accordingly. Let me come on over here. Tone that down just a tad. Also, one of the things, I guess, when I say that, as a part of the, when you're mentioning the audios there, I guess, as far as the background music, one of the things you do have an option for on the player for Twitch is right next to where you adjust the volume, and not so much on, if you're on mobile, for example, not so much the volume control on your phone, but in the player itself. If you have that option, there's usually a suppression tool right next to that slider bar for the volume. A lot of times it'll either force you to have to either enable that or disable that. And it's just a little, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a little wavelength type of deal right next to the slider. I've noticed that both on mobile as well as browser, just if you're on the PC, I guess, as far as on Chrome, Firefox, and so on. So just to kind of give some insight, I guess, to some people, if you're finding things to be a little too loud or maybe not loud enough, play around with that. That's just something that you have as on the viewer's end, I guess, to be able to adjust certain things too. That way, I'm not always constantly having to, and that goes for any channel, not just my channel. As far as adjusting volumes, I guess, on during the stream as well. Oh, the Discord thing. Yeah, if I missed that, I had to shut that off because the streaming PC was kind of taking a dump. I guess I got a lot of things open right now. I've got Sandbox open, as you can tell. I got the latest updates. Besides that infield, I'll get that afterwards. So I'll at least I'll get that post fact. How about that? But I do have. That's what I want. I got Max open. I've got Sandbox open. I've got PaintShop Pro open. We're gonna be doing some layered effects, I guess, on this original image for that, so we can add to this. Now that we've got more information, Torch, appreciate, I guess, you giving me a little bit more information. It does fill in the voids for what information we didn't have. So particularly over on this side, as far as how the fencing was over there, that does clarify, I guess, as far as what we were trying to discern, as far as what was going on with that there. So appreciate that. This comes from, for anybody that's wondering, this comes from this last week's race there over at Texas. So yeah, this is pretty current, I guess, for the lack of it. So we already kind of knew how this was going in here. What I did notice with this new picture is there's like a fenced area behind these stands over here. I don't know if I'll worry about that so much right now. I just wanted to know, I guess, as far as the layout, we did be able to discern how this thing is laid out. I think it's pretty much the same thing over in here. So there's basically duplicates of each other. The only difference is you've got this upper stand going this way, and then it's basically flip-flopped on this side. But they still they're symmetrical. Let's just put it that way. As far as they're the same, only different because, the stairs are on this side, steps out on this, so we're good, I guess, as far as on the information. That's the only point I want to make. So we do at least know how the fencing on the outside, both of these stands are going to be on the inside of the fence. I think that's what we did determine here. And I did notice with the new PTF that you gave me here, Torch, that it doesn't have the victory lane in there, and it's probably for good cause because it didn't have the updated one. But what Torch was mentioning, I guess, about in Discord. So amongst the new items that have been applied to this latest PTF is the update to that. Now, it doesn't have any texture on the backside, and that's what Torch was corrected, I guess, with that new 3.0. So I'll be sure to get that post-fact. Propane tank. Is that what they got over there in that spot? Whatever's there, I guess it doesn't matter. But there was a misskewing of the texture, and this is all modeled, right? This isn't geometric as far as... So we've got texture on this side, but obviously it was a little oversight, as Torch was mentioning there, I guess, as far as that. So I'll make sure I get that post-fact. But that's been corrected. That was one of the things I did point out since last stream. Also, the safer foam that was coming into turn 3 here was actually sticking out here, and we did confirm once we went into the sim that it was doing the same thing. We got the same appearance, I guess, in there. So the fact that that did need to be adjusted. So what we were seeing in Sandbox in comparison to the sim, it was basically the same. So that's been corrected. One of the other things, just thinking off the top of my head, besides the fence, is the Speedway Club. Now, I didn't notice this, I guess, last time, I guess, as far as when we were looking through all these things. But I'm going to take a look over here. Now that I'm thinking of these things, I kind of got this other folder open. So this apparently was protruding through, I guess, the outer ground, I guess, is if I understood the README correctly, I guess, as far as what's been corrected on this. So just to kind of remove some of the polys probably from that building, as far as the Speedway Club. So that is a separate object from the main piece of the grandstands there. So, but what I didn't notice, and I don't know if there's still some work that you're doing on that, Torch, is the fact that this outer ground still needs some work. The fact that there's some gaps, noticeable gaps here, as well as on the outside of the wall. I don't know if you're still reworking that or not, but that was one of the things I did point out last week. I do remember that's still evident here. So this gap here on the other side of the outside wall, and also these gaps where the seams are for these different segments of that outer ground. So those are still evident. So yeah, as I go around, you can definitely see these seams, and here's a little bit of a gap. So it's probably just got to snap probably a lot of those verts for those together a little bit better. Yeah, all the way through this here, you can see all these gaps in here. That's the only other thing that I know of. That's only this thing still looks cool. The fact that this got this outer ground here now, and the way that kind of meshes in with all this, it's pretty great. Let's see, what else was adjusted on here? So, look at my trusty dusty update folder. Oh, that's the track edit folder. Okay, let's back here a bit. So we've got the latest updates. Just want to make sure I get everything. Wait a minute. Oh, that threw me off there. So this is from 12/23 of last year, and this is for this year. Okay, make sure I get the right one. I haven't updated that yet, but I need to ask a few things. Well, what do you need to ask about that outer ground? What was it you needed to ask? So yeah, here's the original fence. I showed that fence. I need to get that new one. But like I said, I had to turn a lot of things off there because the PC was just having a fit, I guess, as far as having... Discord uses a lot of memory. And especially with the majority of the servers that I'm on for Discord like that. Yeah, I just had to shut that off. So I'll get that later. But there's the PTF. Speedway Club, I already went over that. And the I, cool. Alright, so this was something I did remember reading here too. You adjusted the full pace lap. The full pace lap starting positions, I think it was. Yeah. Where did I read that? So this is everything that has been adjusted as of late. So you did dogleg sections to grass and... Oh, okay, so you switched this. Let me check that out. Let's see here. What's up, Yasso? How we doing? Oh, you got nothing up, man. That bot is still being stingy with you. Hey, you been drinking again, Yasso? That happened yesterday, too. What's up with that? This is the second time in a row you try to give yourself a shot, and you missed. What's up with that? You see, you snapped all the verts individually, molded and such, and still see those. Well, if you're snapping those, you shouldn't be. So it makes me tend to think that you might have some, you may have some rogue verts, for lack of a better way to put it. I'm not 100% sure what method you use, I guess, as far as to do that. As far as a plane with how many segments and whatever like that. If you snapped them all together, we definitely shouldn't be seeing that. The only other thing I can think of, we'd have to look at the texture for it again, is you might have some transparency in the texture itself. So if you've got alpha channel in that, that could be the case too. What texture is it? You use it was signage, right? If I remember right, I'm going by memory. I think it was called signage. So we'd have to look at that. Yeah, let's go into that, I guess, here a little bit before we go over the latest updates. This, so you have an idea, I guess, as far as what's. So let's go back to the track edit folder. And yeah, I believe it was called signage. It does have trans, and that might be part of the problem then. That's the only thing I can think of, but I wanted to look at the texture at least anyway, just to kind of clarify that. If you've snapped all the verts, as you say, as far as to do them all individually, and you've done all that, and you're still getting that, it might be a matter of some of that trans and that texture is, you know, the way that thing, that piece is mapped, it might be doing it that way. And the way it's patterned, it seems to be like pretty cyclical. For lack of a better play, pretty linear, I guess, as far as on where the verts or where the gaps are showing. So it does tend to kind of go along with the idea that might be what's happening. So signage, where is that? Alphabetic order. It's our track edit folder. Let's see what we got going on here. So we got, I think that was what the name of it was, right? I'm going by memory. I don't even have that much stuff. Here it is. So let's open this up with Wimit 2 and see what's going on with it. Okay, so that was from last week. We don't want that. Let's see here. Let's go like that, and then we need to go into the build 7.9 and track edit folder. Change that view, medium, and signage. Where's that signage? There it is. Cool. So this is a pretty beefy texture, but it's got a lot. It's being used for a lot. The billboards and that ground or outer ground. So it does have trans in it, right? But what we want to take a look at, it might be the fact that the way you've got that mapped, the way that ground, outer ground, it might be catching some of this trans. So take a look at your UV unwrap for the mesh of that outer ground. It might be catching some of this trans, right? That's in here. Even if it's on this end or this end, just look and see how you've got that. Give it a little bit of padding, if you will, to make sure that it's the mesh for the model, as far as the UV map, is not bleeding into that trans area. That could be what's happening with that. And that can be a pretty easy adjustment, actually. So yeah, that's you know, the fact that you've got so much going on with this texture, the fact that you're using that for that outer ground. You've got all this area, I guess, as far as you use it. You've maximized the use of this thing, and that's a pretty cool thing. So not the fact that all the billboardings, all the signage, I guess, as far as on in and around the track are using this as well. You're using for all the billboards and that outer ground. I mean, that's pretty big. And the fact that it's got as much detail as it does, and it's pretty decently sized. It's not so overwhelming that it's going to put a lot of strain on how it gets loaded in the sim, as we've seen so far. This might change, you know, based on if we start adding more library, I guess, to the infield and stuff like that. I think there's enough room in this texture to be able to step it down if need be. But as for now, as it stands, it doesn't require that, which is pretty good. So yeah, that would be my thing I would look at, I guess, as far as to see if that modeling of that outer ground mesh, because I can already tell, I guess, as far as where you've got some of that mapped there, and it's probably just bleeding into that trans area of that texture, and that's why we're getting that effect here on this outer ground. And it's pretty consistent, like I said, and that would make sense as far as why we're seeing all of this here. You see, it looks like gaps in the actual model. It's actually transed areas. Yep, so you can see one right there. Yeah, it's pretty consistent all the way through here. They seem to be about the same amount of distance, especially in that grass area. Probably not so much over in here. Yeah, over here seems good. And if there is any, it's might be one right there. Yep. That's probably what's causing that, though. More than likely. This turned out pretty nice, too. The fact that these now defunct stands that they have in the backstretch here, that turned out pretty damn good. And the fact that you put this little concave in here to give that separation, I guess, between the two different sets of stands, I guess, as far as going into turn 3 and that, which is there in actuality, based on LiDAR and real-world information. Pretty cool. Yeah, so the other thing, amongst the other updates, now that's been explained, close this up. Some of the things that Torch has done here as far as the change in the dog leg, let me see this here. F sections, so that was what I've been suggesting as far as the F sections in the grass and asphalt. Let's take a look at that real quick. So if we switch this over to surface types. So what we've got here now, this is what Torch was referring to in that update. I can see, okay, I can see how you did that. This is pretty cool. I can dig this. So the fact that you've got grass coming up in here, and the majority of this midsection here is asphalt, right? Because you do want to have that asphalt effect here. Now, as I've mentioned before, you want to remove the idea to, to just get it out of your mind. It gets as far as to want to split this down so that you can get that proper texture element. So the fact that there's grass on the outside here, don't do that. Because especially when your track is as great as it's running right now, all that's going to do is upset it. So the more small segments that you put in here, even if they are over the 6 meters, as I've mentioned, I guess as far as at minimum there, you're just adding more film stripping for less. That's kind of a technical term, I guess, like they use with it. That's more polys and things that you're cutting up, and it needs to be rendered, I guess, by the sim much harder on the system. And it doesn't matter how good of a system that you have, right? It has nothing to do with that. It has to go with keeping the number of verts and polys down. Because as we mentioned over and over again, the geometry in itself, without adding anything else to it, has a lot of polys and verts to it to begin with. So there's nothing you can do about that as far as to model the track as much as we'd like to for Inter 2003, at least anyway. There's no way to get around that. So we have to optimize all the models that we apply to it to make sure to include what we do to the track, right? We can't keep chopping it up and making them more chunky, I guess, as far as in the way of polys as well. All right. Wait, what did I miss here? I missed something. I've been flapping my gums. So yeah, you got the signage. 64 today? Is it actually today? Whoa. Nice. Yeah, here's a drink for you. There you go. Yeah, Yasso had the right idea. Cheers. Yeah, now it really comes down to, I guess, if you don't feel like it, right, then it really doesn't matter. It's one thing, I guess, if you complain about the fact that you actually feel like it. There's plenty of people that I know that actually do that. I give you a lot of credit, though, as far as doing these types of things. Not too many at the age that you're at, they wouldn't want to bother with this for the most part, especially to the extent that you are. Taking everything that either James and myself have to give you, I guess, as far as information and actually applying it. It's pretty good. I mean, you're doing it much the same fashion that we would do it, just to keep things optimized, whatever. I mean, the track run's great even as it is. So I can only imagine as this progresses. What I'm really curious to see yet, though, I ain't gonna lie. What I really want to see here, so you're gonna see some weirdness in it here in the camera view because I got this in this other view. But what I want to start seeing is the logos actually applied to the walls, to the geometric steel, as far as that SMI logo and all that stuff. As far as what you've done with the foam and all that stuff, and the minor adjustments of you enough to this point, yeah, that's going to be the next hardest task, I feel. It's a concept, right? Right. See, if you don't feel like it, then yeah, doing these types of things can for some people anyway, because having the lack of patience, it does make you feel older, because it's like, you know, you let it get to you. I guess as far as like that, it's like, you know, trying to teach an old dog new tricks type of thing. And that's why I say that, I guess, as far as for those like yourself that are doing this type of thing, this is what a lot of the younger crowd is doing for the most part, right? So it's like you're kind of showing them up a little bit. It's like, get to my level here. So the other thing that I'm noticing here, and this is a part of the latest updates, I'm assuming here, Torch, and you can elaborate. You've made the actual paint lines paint. That's why you see the white strips. This gray is actually asphalt, right? So the other thing I wanted to look at is, okay, the PGA1 is now concrete. So that's going to have a different grip level than the asphalt. And that's the same, that can be said from way back then on turns 1 and 2. And this is the backstretch, just in case anybody's wondering. There's the big hoss. The fact that you're seeing the colors that you are in this camera view like this, you can really see the difference between what's geometric and what's actually modeled. So the stuff that's still modeled is going to show the texture. So the fact that all these interior walls are modeled, but it still has that geometric aspect to it as far as to have that collision, right? It's just basically a W section without no texture on it. So you still have that collidable property for it. But the fact that this really gives you some insight, I guess, as far as this is all geometric, this is modeled, and even the other pieces that are outside the track, you can tell. So having it in this view does really give you how well, I guess, everything is kind of meshed together as far as to be able to tell the difference between the geometric and the modeled pieces. So the foam obviously is all modeled, and that's just pretty cool. I'm liking the look of this. So I'm noticing here, maybe this was done on purpose here. You don't have the paint going all the way through here. I don't know if that was done on purpose, but that's the only thing I noticed right away. It doesn't go all the way through the turn. Might be just another oversight, but that's how do I want to say this? It just applies those different grip levels, right? So this will be a paint level, concrete level, and asphalt level. And those different parameters, I guess, as far as grip, is going to change how the car handles, I guess, going around the track. So how wide you make those areas is going to obviously make a difference as well. Alright, so over in this area, we did already show that in the overhead view, we got the grass, so green represents grass. And then you got the asphalt areas. So again, just to kind of re-clarify, because as far as he hasn't taken the approach of splitting that up there to make the grass closer to this here. This is something that I mentioned in the previous stream, I guess, as far as to not be tempted, I guess, to want to split that down to get that grass line, I guess, closer to the actual, these curved sections here, which are asphalt, and leave this all asphalt. Don't be tempted to do that, especially with as good as the track is running. The only thing that's been the focus so far is just to focus on this opening here to get the victory lane, as well as the rest of the infield, of course. But that's all I would do, personally. You've got all this other visual, I guess, for the openings that are in here, to at least give you the sensation that there are openings there, but they're not usable, right? It's definitely not, that doesn't take away from the track build itself. Looking good so far. So these are TSDs. We saw that from last stream. These are for pit exit lines on the track, so drivers that are on the track can actually tell where the pit exit is. Now, that's something else I want to look at here too. I did mention this last stream, I guess, as far as so as far as whether or not you make this up to this point, say for example, all apron near pits, that would be something else I would look into too, because this is a little short. So when I say that, as far as like what I noticed, and this is all ties in, I guess, with the I&I settings too. The fact that when I was testing last week, as well as any time, when I passed the first pit stall there, it's already telling me I'm clear, and you don't want to be clear until you get over here, right? So that's still going to have to be adjusted, I guess, in the I&I and stuff. Whether or not you did that, feel free to clarify on that. What else did we miss here? Let's zoom in on this area. Oh, those are just F sections. I was like, why is there grass in here? Okay, so those are F sections. So I noticed in here, and maybe you've done that on purpose, I guess, to keep this all asphalt instead of making these paint as well. And that's an option that you have, right? If you want to keep more grip or a particular grip level in different areas of the track, based on painted areas or whatever. You don't have to specifically apply, if it's, like it's a paint texture, like a dash line or whatever, you don't have to put paint on it. It's not required. You have the ability to be able to adjust those different areas as you see fit. So as it stands right now, that's still all asphalt grip through the dog leg. Okay, and notice through here, that's still asphalt. Okay. Oh, I switched views. My bad. That's all racing surface. Okay, never mind. Let me switch this back over again. My bad. So the fact that this is all showing gray, this is all racing surface. So this is showing the difference between racing surface and apron, for example. Apron near pits. I forgot I did switch that over between two views. So this is apron near pits. This has to do with spotter cues. This is all a little bit of summary. And the fact that this is on an angle does create a little bit of a challenge here. Again, it might give you the idea to be tempted, I guess, to want to split this so that you can put this more on a straight line. Don't try to do that. Don't try to do that. Get it as close as you can. You can always change it in the INI settings as far as where you want that to clear and test that in the sim to get it closer to this line, because you've got this angled section here. The fact that this, coming off this way to here is angled. Don't try to split that to get that segment to line up more with this line, because all you're doing is you're splitting up the track and creating a detriment to it, I guess, as far as to add more polys to it, and otherwise dropping, frame rate drops and lag, whatever, going into these particular parts of the track. Not to mention, it might be a little bit tougher, you guys, to be able to skew the texture properly to make it look like it's not shorter segments. So, yeah, and that's fair. Dealing with this type of thing here can be really challenging. Absolutely, but that's the one true thing that I can mention, I guess, as far as don't be tempted to want to split this. What would probably work better in this situation, for the most part, is to add, if you have to, another F section here so you can extend this out. We could probably even add it here. What I would be careful with, this is why it might mean to add another F section here to kind of continue this off. Here, you don't want it too close, the apron near pits, to the racing surface, right? That can sometimes cause miscue on spotter calls. Like if you get your left side tires, I guess, into that apron near pits, it might be saying, okay, clear lane, and that kind of throw you off as far as like trying to get through the corner. So just to eliminate any possibility of spotter miscues, don't try to put the apron near pits too close to the racing. Create a buffer in there. If you can have a little bit more of a racing surface and or apron in between that'd be good. So what I want to initially try here, all that being said, is, and this is just going to be for testing purposes here, just to kind of show you what options are available. I'm going to unlock this. Let me think here. I'm almost thinking if I might have to add another F section there. Now, let me go ahead. So what do you do by unlocking this? So you got the asphalt, that's the material. That's in a different level. So right now it's set to apron. What I need to do is do apron near pits. And if I move forward, that's going to change color. So even though it does extend past where it actually is apron near pits, this is not a bad thing, because that gives the spotter more time, I guess, as far as and more flexibility in how you set the INI. And I don't want to put this, so as the vehicle is coming through, as the car, truck, or whatever series that you're running in, as it comes across this area, and you set that parameter in your INI as far as where the actual pit road ends, as opposed to where it is currently, more in this area, it gives you more flexibility by having this buffer here. If this was a lot closer, you wouldn't have as much flexibility. So you got plenty of flexibility in here to be able to adjust that DLAT, or D-long in this case, I guess, as far as where that pit road end actually is. So just, again, just to give some more clarification on that, let's go to the INI. So I do have a fresh new INI based on Torch had adjusted some of the pitting, or the full pace lap. That was the other thing that has been adjusted in here. So Speedway, yeah, full pay start locations here. So that's been adjusted over. Cool. We'll be taking a look at that in the sim. Let's open this new INI. So let's get to where I was talking about with pit lane end. So that would be particularly in this area right here. So pit lane 0. So right now all it has is just the pit lane 0. There's no overlay, right? So we only got the pit lane 0, which is so by pit overlay, and I've kind of demonstrated and explained this, I guess, in other things. So there is video footage, I guess, as far as the explanation of how to apply a pit overlay. It's basically just taking advantage of the fact that the sim has the option of being able to put 2 different pit roads, like say a Bristol track that has a front stretch and a back stretch. So when you have a track that only has one pit road, you still have that option for another pit lane, right? So what you do is you overlay the other pit lane option that the sim has and make that something that is usable, I guess, as far as over the active pit road, as far as where the actual pit stalls are, and it doesn't interfere, I guess, with the functionality of the pit lane. Right, Dover, yeah, that's probably a good example. Oh, you did script the Speedway. Scripted in what fashion? As far as with, did I miss that in the README too? Let me see what you did here. So in the README, I know you did mention Speedway Club to level ground. Old model went down below the surface. So how did you script it, I guess, as well? Let's take a look here. Let's kind of elaborate on that. Let's go through that function here. Yeah, so we'll kind of bounce here a little bit. So we're going to come back at this just to kind of test some things out here. We'll go over the INI stuff. So as far as scripting... Oh, so the population switch. Gotcha. So we can actually check that through here. So if we go Speedway Club... Yeah, so this is the new one. We can open this up in Notepad. Oh, my bad. I did Notepad++. Yep, sure did. Okay, not Notepad++. That gives us a different result. We want to open this up to straight Windows Notepad. There we go. So what we can do is we can see it's got a population switch into this. So what Torch is mentioning as far as the fact that you can turn that item off via the depress of the O key in the sim. So you can turn items off. So if you don't want it as a distraction, or if you want to gain some frame rates, whatever the case may be, you have that option to be able to toggle that off. That's a nice option to have on objects as appropriate, and that's definitely one of those. Cool. Nice. And we can actually probably test that in the sim here. I'm going to stay on track, I guess, with this, no pun intended, stay on track, I guess, as far as just explaining how we can, how much flexibility we have in this now. So currently, on the track INI, in the pit lane section, we have these 2 lines that say where the end of it is and where the start of it is. So the start would be pit entrance, which would be on the other end. So the pit lane end D-long right now is at 225 meters, right? And that's from the start finish line, right? So at 225, we can just kind of mouse this over here. Currently right now, it's roughly right about here. It's in between these 2 lines. And that's what we don't want. We want to be clear pit lane way further up, right? And that's what was happening. For those that were noticing, and I even made a mention, I guess, as far as last stream, as far as when I cleared pit road, it was saying I was already clear, which I was not, obviously, because you want to be clear up at this point. So, but not only having this apron near pits, you know, the label, I guess, as such, you also want to have this line here set. This is the flexibility we have now. And even considering as far as the amount of angle that we have in the segment, we're going to set it to, for example, just for testing purposes, around 272. So that once we're clear of this green decal here, it'll tell us clear pits at this point and not over here. And we'll test this out. So I'm going to kind of edit your deal here. I've already backed up, and I'll have your original one. So this is just going to be for testing science, if you will, I guess, on the stream. We're going to set this to 272. on the pit lane end, right? So what that'll do, work in collaboration with this spot, so the sim will necessarily see that the vehicle is crossing that line at 272, and also use that spotter cue, right? So those work in combination with each other. So just by setting it as apron near pits isn't going to get it 100% done, right? If you don't set the line here in the INI, the sim doesn't necessarily know, I guess, as far as where you're actually at. So it has to use both to kind of clarify, I guess, as far as where the vehicle is and what it's supposed to do and or say, what have you. What are we laughing at? Yeah, so what's going up with the shot? Really? That's the second one, and you missed again. Are you feeling okay? do we need medical attention? I'm just checking. I'm playing with my mind, obviously. All right, so that's a pretty good start. We're gonna check the pit lane start as well, just to see what's going on with that too. So now we've got this set. 272. Let's go check on the other end. So this might not be too bad. What I'm a little bit concerned with is having that apron near pits a little too close to the actual racing surface. So as you come into turn one, you might have the propensity, I guess, to want to dip the left side tires into this area. And if that's apron near pits, it might miscue, I guess, the spotter to say you're clear pit lane. Possibly. You know, that's all that combination of the D-long at that point, as far as on the racing surface, and or the spotter cue that is this bright orange. What I usually like to do in these types of situations is add enough of a buffer here. So just to kind of demonstrate here, I'll add an F section, and let's see how we can zoom in. Just to add some buffer. So I see, okay, you got two lines here that actually will work. So we're gonna see if we can attach it to this. There we go. And then I'm going to create a little bit of a buffer here. And I might do it to a couple of segments here. And then also change this to racing surface, so that this will remain either apron or racing surface, right? And then go apron near pits, I guess, beyond that. Okay, so let's do... Come on now, there we go. So I want to change this to apron near pits. Now I haven't applied a texture to it yet, so that's just to clarify. But that'll change this, and I'll be able to change this either back to apron or racing surface. I can do it either way. I guess I'll keep it as apron, and the apron doesn't really have as much of a detriment as far as for a spotter miscue of being, like, saying clear pit lane, for example. And that's the only reason why I mentioned that. So either racing surface or apron, this straight up apron will work better for this situation. Now, keeping in mind, I didn't apply any, I didn't change the texture, didn't apply a texture. I just wanted to show the difference here, just to add that little bit of a buffer. You could even do that so much on the other side. I see you got another F section here. You could probably add to that, and then apply it as such too. But just to add that buffer, that's all I'm mentioning. It doesn't have to be a huge buffer, just enough of a buffer so there's a little bit between where it labels it as apron near pits and where it doesn't. Just to eliminate that potential spotter miscue of that. Right. So yeah, let me see if I can clean this up here. I'm gonna take this one out. I'm gonna add to this one right here. I see you got an F section here. I'm gonna add one on this side. Okay. Whether this will change the dynamic of how that texture looks there, we'll have to see. James is trying his luck on the slots. I think everybody's staying away from the shots now, huh? Let's seeing that happening twice, I guess, to Yasso. I missed 2 in a row also. Oh, did you really? Okay. So apparently the shots aren't, Bot's not having it, I guess, today. I guess on the shots. Oh, wow, even that, too. Wow. Razor James like, okay, let's... Wow, I don't know what's up with that. Bot is being super stingy on the shot today. Alright, let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to take advantage of this F section here. I think it's a painted line. I'm pretty sure. Now, I'm sure Torch, you probably already went through, I guess, as far as to change the thickness of a lot of these, but I'm going to go ahead and very, very, very careful on these. Must be. Somebody refill the bot, right? Hey, give it a drink. Give the bot a drink. Maybe that'll help. Exclamation point drink. Probably needs one. Bot taking mental health day. Must be. Hey, let me try something here real quick. I'm going to try this way. See what happens. Let's do... Kind of curious. There. It's working. Bot's giving himself a shot. There you go. Alright. Maybe just gotta give him a little bit. And get him a chance to warm up. No, so those are on reserve. Just keep in mind. Hey, let me try it for myself. That was I gave the bot a shot. See if it works this way. Second here. Let's switch this over here. Let me try this. So I need or torch. Let's do this. Wow, I did not get anything either. Wow, what is up with that? Whoa, I didn't get anything either. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, cool. Not cool, actually. What's going on with that? I did not change anything on that. I gotta slap this bot up here a little bit. Just give me a second. It's not giving anybody anything. What's up with that? Why are you doing that, bot? Explain to me. Like this. Side project here, folks. Hold on. Hold, please. Alright. Cooldown's good. I think he's just being stingy today. Flat out. We'll have to keep trying to administer, I guess, after everybody's cooled down. And I'll have to try that myself, too. I think he's just, like Yasso mentioned, I think bot might be just taking a mental health day. It's a good thing that everything else is working, though. Yeah, it's definitely doing it to me, too, so I'm right with y'all. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's bring this back. Back to what we're doing here. Let's do that. There we go. Alright, so all I was doing is just adding to this F section here for this pit exit area. Whether it'll stay this way, that's still yet to be determined here. I can go back to... Let's say go back to textures. Right now it's going to be white because I don't have any texture to it, but it's just going to have... It's just going to have a paint texture on there. Let me double check this. Yep. So what I can do for now is just copy this forward to this section that I just added. And I'll add the same properties to that. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, definitely want to do that. Cool. So that'll add the same properties to the previous segment, to that new segment that I just added. Now what that might do is throw this off. Yep, I can already see the skewing on that getting offset there. Because I added that F section, it's kind of redoing that. So, see if I can readjust that. On this one here, that's the paint. See if we can readjust that. We'll try and keep this thing clean up. This is only going to be my throwaway PTF, but it's going to give you some idea of what would have to be done in order to apply it in this fashion. So paint there. We'd have to readjust the F section for that. The skew, at least anyway. That's the top. That should be this one right here. So the way this is skewed, green 3 will have to go. So one is head and one is tail. We only need to adjust the tail, but it should be this line here. So we'll have to go probably 302. Oh, maybe a little bit more. You can see how that's shifting on this end. Okay, so 20. See how that's shifting like that? So I just had to add a little bit more to this one to get this to line back up with this line because I've added this F section here. It's kind of throwing everything out of whack, so you do have to reskew that. Alright, so let's do 315. Alright, about 312. That seems about right. Let's check it in the camera view. Yeah, that's normal. That's what'll happen when you add even that small section of a F section here, like we are. It'll shift the skewing. Actually, doesn't look too bad like that. Yep, so I line that right back up. Cool. So we got a painted section. Now, if you wanted to make this asphalt and not extend that white out here, you can do that as well. I'm just putting this in here for testing purposes, so we can check this out in the sim and actually see how that functions, right? You can always change the texture to that, so that it blends more as asphalt, for example, instead of a painted line. Alright, so we're going to leave that like that. Currently what I've got this set as, I think is an apron, right? Double check. Alright, let's switch this back over to that view. Extended. There we go. So we got it as apron. Now we can take on the other side of this and set that to apron near pits. On our F section properties, set that to apron near pits. Move forward. Now we got a little bit of a buffer here, right? So again, it comes down to, you can use either one, either the apron or the racing surface, just to create that little bit of a buffer. If you want to make this wider, you can do that too. Like say for example, if you wanted to go like this and clearly put more of that asphalt texture, that'll create even more of a buffer, just to kind of not, it'll give you some playtime, you know, so a little bit of playroom, I guess, as far as like, oh crap, I don't want to get too much onto the apron there, because you don't want to do that anyway because of that transition, I guess, for the as smooth as even it is. I'm just saying you want that buffer just to eliminate that miscue. I guess that's, I want to stay on topic with that. But how big you make that, that's up to you, I guess, as far as if you want to go up to this line or just leave it this much. This even like that is pretty sufficient here too. So we'll leave it just like this for now. We're going to check this on the pit entrance and as well. So we got the I&I set as well as this area set. So we'll end up saving this PTF, I guess, as far as to test into the sim itself. Oh, you closing in on 400 units of fluid. 400 hours, holy crap. And almost 17,000 units of fluids. Nice. Appreciate all that time there, Torch. Has anybody gotten a, might have missed. Did anybody get jackpot yet? I don't think so. Ooh. James has got over 461 hours, man. Y'all coming close. Y'all coming close. If you're down there coming out of the dog leg, you're probably wrecking. Right? You're not wrong there either there, Torch. Yeah. Chances are if you're going down that low coming out of the dog leg, yeah, you're gonna be wrecking. Yeah. But at least you'll have that buffer there a little bit. And how much of a buffer it'd still be determined. Like you can make it as wide as this first lane here if you wanted to, like I was showing. Just connect that up there and just add that texture, I guess, for that there instead of with paint. There's room for adjustability in that, at least anyway. That's all I'm trying to point out. What's the asshole got? Holy smokes. The asshole climbing up there too. It was 331 hours. And almost 100. Oh, 100 hours and 331 units of fluid. Nice. Appreciate that time in there as well, yeah, so. Wait, the bot paid you. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, see, now it's working. So you just had to give the bot a drink. I think yeah, I saw y'all give him a little bit of drinks there, so that's all I needed. All the bot needed. I mean, he was feeling left out there. It's like, y'all freaking partying. It's like, what the heck, man? And 72. Oh, we took 72 out there though. So you're kind of back in the negative there, I guess, as far as you got 60 injected and 72 taken out. Bot kind of showed you. Like, look, I gave you a shot. It's like, so just for being stingy and being greedy, take a little bit more. And so let's see what we got here. Let's look at this end. So kind of almost the same idea here. So the fact that if this is where the visual is for this decal, we also might want to, This might be a little tougher. I think you still got enough buffer in here or whatever to make this apron near pits and kind of at least engulf as much of this this actual decal where you want to be in the pits, right? The fact that it's angled kind of does add a little bit of a challenge. But I think what'll work better here, honestly, would be to make this area here apron near pits. So once you do clear this area here, even though it may be a little overkill, right? But again, you don't want to be tempted to split this up to get it closer to the actual decal. It might be a little bit overkill, I guess, as far as adjustment that you'll have for the spider cue to say that you're in the pits, but you've got from this segment up to the very beginning of the pit road, I guess, first to make up for that. So I think it should work out. It should work out pretty good. So yeah, what I would do, I think you already got this painted line set as apron near pits already. Okay, so we're just gonna change this side so that it fills this in as apron near pits. And again, that's all related to spotter cue. When the spotter says, you know, you're in pit road, get it down to whatever he says, whatever spotter that you're using. You know, if you got a modified spotter pack or whatever, generally what it'll do is when you're coming in the pits, you say, get it down to whatever. That's what that does. That's what that apron near pits will cue. So in combination with your D-long and your I&I, so we'll go back to that real quick. So the start pit lane and start here, this 2165. So we'll take a look and see where we're at here. 2165 is actually way up here, so we want to bring that back a little bit. Yeah, we're right about here. 2165, go closer to this line. We want to bring it back to about this point. Or even closer. Now we have to accommodate a little bit for the angle, right? So you got a little bit more of an angle, I think, than the other end. One way you can do that, and I kind of showed this with the door rebuild, using your linear guide. So let's go like this. Let's invoke the linear guide. You know, anytime that you reopen Sandbox and you want to turn the linear guide on, it's usually going to always spawn in the middle. You just stretch that out. Go center point of the track. And I might be a little bit rusty on this, but I'll try to explain this as best I can. So in order to kind of straighten out this segment, right, because of the angle, you want to pick a point on here that's relatively straight, like this. Get that lined up like so, and then take your linear guide. This is going to serve as kind of like the trajectory of your vehicle. So, assuming that it's not wrecking, coming in sideways or anything like that. You know, just coming in straight as normal, right? So, basically dissect the section like this. So it'll give you somewhat of an idea of how much of an angle that you actually have. You know, so also using these lines here that outline the segment, you've got somewhat of an idea. So you can use these points on the linear guide to determine where you want that. Now, pretty much everything that, even as I mentioned, I guess as far as on pit exit, is going to be based on the center line of the car, the center point of the car, not the nose, not the tail, the center point, right? So, considering the fact that the hitbox for it is overall 6 meters, and that's where that 6 meters, you know, keeping you within 6 meters on a segment. The whole length of the car for the hitbox of it is 6 meters, so it's going to go by, the sim is going to go by the center point of that to determine where the nose is at, right? So if we set this to 6 meters, for example, and again, you want to keep it as straight as you can get it, so you use something that's relatively straight here, like this wall. Set this to 6 meters, which is basically the length of the vehicle. We can zoom in on here and get really much more precise. It's just using the tools that are available to us within the sandbox itself. 6.01, that's pretty close. So this is roughly the length of the vehicle. I know it does seem pretty small, but it's, trust me. Alright, so if you take your vehicle, you're coming in like this. So if you, depending on where you want that cue to actually, it'll take a lot of testing in the sim, especially when you got the angle segment like this, to determine if that's going to be going to suffice and where you want it to be. So as your vehicle's coming in, straight here, okay, if you put, say, the, you know, and this is considering this is all apron near pits, if you put your D long, say at this point, which is 2117, it's gonna, basically what will happen is if you set it at 2117, it's going to look for that center point of the car, right? So that means the nose is already in that area where it should be down to pit road speed, for example. So when that spotter cue comes out in this area, when, depending on where you set your D long for that point, so if we put it at 2117, like I said, it's going to look for that center point of the vehicle. And that's when it's going to determine, okay, the center point is in these apron near pits. That's going to cue the spotter to say, okay, get down to pit road speed. That's just to kind of give you a little bit of clarification on how that function works. So this is where the linear guide comes in handy. You know, you can keep something there physical, you know, static, and go over the top of that, and you can adjust it. And you can keep Sandbox open, test it in the sim. Definitely, you know, bring your PTF in, adjust your INI appropriately, go into the sim, see if that's actually going to work as far as like if wherever the placement of the car, if that seems like it fits where you want that actual spot to be, you know, within the sim itself, then no more adjustment needs to be made. This kind of gives you an idea of how to roughly adjust that point. Don't go by the nose, go by the center point. So if we want to set this, say for example, at this point, say for 2117, that's what's going to happen. So the car will come in, the sim is going to look for that center point of the car to pass at 2117, and it's going to say, okay, get down to pit road speed, you know, or whatever it says. Okay. You see me pit before, hey? Is that how it works? Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're going to use 2117 anyway. I know I've said it a couple times. We're going to put that value instead of the 2165 for our pit lane start. 2117. Wait a minute, what did I do? Oh, I missed a digit, my bad. 2117. Cool. Alright, so now we got those 2 points for the pit lane exit and the entrance. That's really about all you need to do for now, at least on that part. It's as far as to get that. Whether or not you want to apply an overlay, that's what will be determined. So if you want the coming into pit lane, I guess, to come sooner, I guess, than what you already have here, that's where the overlay would come into play. It's not a 100% requirement, but you have that option if you're not liking how the pitting protocols are working on the track if you do it in this fashion that I'm just explaining. So we do. The other thing I want to do is set this to apron near pits. Okay, so let's do that. We'll set this as on pit road. We're going to do apron near pits. There. Now, again, that's all going to work, at least in theory. Like I said, everything that I've explained as far as how that works, in theory, once we hit this point on the center point on that 2117, it's going to say, okay, get it down to whatever. So you have to be down to pit road speed at that point. If you're not, you run the potential of getting a black flag even before you get to the actual active pit stalls. That's kind of how they do it in reality there too. You have to be down the pit road speed before you even get into the active pit road. That's how they penalize cars in actuality. Okay, so just to double checking on this, and now we got the linear guide. Let's check it out on this end. Drag our linear guide down here, and I'm grabbing it by the middle so I don't change the length of it. Right? So if I grab it by the head or tail of that, it'll change the length of it. I don't want to do that. I got it roughly the size of what the vehicle is, so I don't want to do that. Can we install self-destruct feature? Hey, you never know. They're Octane. I know Torch was kind of playing with the idea of adding animated flames, so that might kind of include that a little bit, I guess, as far as the self-destruct feature. I don't think you would actually be able to destroy the car unless you run it into one of the booby traps that are in and around the track in the infield. But maybe having the extra added effect of animated flames, I guess, around it, I don't know. You have to ask Torch about that one there. I know he was entertaining the idea, I guess, of being able to do that. So, this is, yeah, so welcome on in there too, by the way, there, Octane. I know it was lurking in your chat, your stream there, I guess, a little bit, but we got a lot of things going on with this thing. We got a lot of new crazy new things, I guess, that are really awesome, I guess, with what Torch has done with this track build for Texas to bring it up to snuff, I guess, as far as for Inter 2003. The track already, as it stands, drives absolutely spectacular. We're just making it better, even from this point. At least we like to think so. So the only thing I'm doing here, I don't know how much you've caught on to, but we're adding how the pitting protocols work. And I was just explaining this as far as the different colors here and being able to use the linear guide here in Sandbox to basically make a virtual vehicle that we can drag along here. This is the size of the vehicle, right? As far as in the pit stalls, and how that's going to affect when the spotter cues come out for coming into the pits and exiting the pits. So we set on this end here, we set it at 272, I think it was, on the D-long, which is in meters, in case anybody wasn't aware. All the units that we use here in our INI is based on meters, 272 meters on that point. So again, based on the center point of the vehicle at 272, which is maybe a little further than we want. But we didn't use the linear guide on this end, so I might adjust this a little bit. So at 272, which is right about there, it's going to say we're clear. So if that looks good, you know, we can leave it that way. If we wanted to go a little bit sooner, we can actually reduce that by a tad. So if we wanted a little bit more this way, you know, to be clear at this point, right? We can do that too. I might do that actually. I might put it more to 271, 270, 269. Yeah, so we got room to adjust this at least anyway. I should have done this in the first place, actually, now that I think of it. Since I already did that on the pit entrance. I'm going to try, split the difference here. We'll do 269.75. 269.75 seems pretty good. That's pretty close. I like to round it off. So 269.75 we'll use on the pit lanes end here. So 269.75. Now they got a lot of decimals out here. You don't really need to have all that for this type of thing. I mean, you can, but it's not really necessary. Sometimes it does require that, depending on how fine-tuned you want to get that point. You can go out that many decimals that was there, but in most cases, it's not really necessary. But yeah, we are building Texas, and it's been fun. We've been able to test it out quite a bit, and even as it stands, it races pretty dang nice. Torch has made some adjustments to the full pace lap, which we're going to be able to test out in the sim here, not too long. We're going to be getting into some more adjustments, I guess, to the victory lane before it's all said and done as well. So we got plenty of things to, I guess, to go over here in this this rendition of Spline Design Studios for sure. I appreciate everybody stopping in. Y'all fantastic. Okay, but I think we're good on that. So we got made our adjustments in the INI, as well as to just redetermine like that. Having that apron near pits is going to definitely help that spotter cue. If you didn't have that there, you wouldn't get that spotter cue. The other thing that I would consider to add, and it does already do that, based on the D-long, as far as when you can merge on the backstretch here. But if you want to refine that a little bit more, you can do the same thing for what we're doing with the pitting protocols over here. If you want that to cue in at a different point than it is by just putting in the actual I-9 line, which would be, there's actually two of them. So lane merge D-long is 951. So that's one of those values. And again, you can use your linear guide. We're going to bring our virtual vehicle, which is our linear guide, over here. So at 951, see where that is actually. I'm just curious. So 951 is roughly right there. So at this point, and again, if you reorient the vehicle, so based on that, so it's right about where this opening right here is where it says you're clear pit lane, or you're clear to be able to merge. So if you want that to be in a different spot, you can do one of two things. You can set the apron near pits to come all the way out here instead of just apron, right? So to even go even further with the apron near pits, to stretch it out all the way up to this point, right, as far as on the apron, and then not only will that work for being clear of pit road, but also for being able to clear to get into traffic. So you can go so far as to make this all apron near pits, for example, and adjust also this line that I just went over, this 951. We're gonna leave it right where it's at. So that's a pretty good cue, the fact that it's right here next to this opening. That's a pretty good visual cue to say, okay, I know right about where that opening is, that's where I can merge, or at least past that point. And that's where the spotter should be. And I think I've observed that too when we've been practicing on the track during race sessions, as far as to have it say that. So that's a really good visual cue, I guess. I don't know if that's where it is in actuality, as far as on the actual track, but as far as for our purposes here, that's a really good visual cue. Whether or not there is a line out here too, I guess, is to let the drivers know as they come out pit road to be aware, I guess, as far as where they can merge. That's something, I guess, to be. So the fact that you've got this one here, Torch, I don't know if they have something similar on the where you can merge on in the backstretch here in the same fashion. That I don't know. So if there is, it may behoove us, I guess, to put something over there on the track visually, like there is here. As I am assuming this is here visually in actuality as well, that's why you put that there. And we'll be able to... We might have to move these, now I think that too. I'll have to see how that works too, as far as if that... Yeah, so we'll test this out to see actually how this lines up with these lines for that clear pit lane cue. Because obviously when you're clear pit lane, you know, so as a vehicle's coming off here in the pits and you still got vehicles coming out under green flags, you're gonna have who got a jackpot? Who got jackpot? I'm assuming that's what that was played for. Why did that not show up on my... I heard the sound. Who played that? It's not telling me on my end here. Oh, just sort of like the idea of what I'm doing. Gotcha. Okay. I was like, I heard the sound. I was like, usually that usually gets played. I guess that's kind of like a oxymoron of sorts, as far as to... I'll usually hear that when somebody gets a jackpot or something. All right, cool. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, so yeah, we all win, right? Making these adjustments. So you think they merged too late? As far as the AI, they should merge just past the end of turn 2. Okay. The inner white line is dashed. Oh, okay. So as far as on the apron, okay. So we don't do we have that there? I don't know if we do have that there. Let me see. Now that you've said that, never paid attention to that. So we're gonna leave that alone, I guess, like it is for now. But we do have some other options, I guess, for that if need be. I think we did that on the Dover track too. I don't remember. I'd have to look back at that one to see. But as far as adding the apron near pits and all that jazz, let's switch us back to textures. So is this a dash liner here? We don't have it that way for right now. I gotcha. So probably what you're saying is we could add, or you could add, a dash section. And again, I wouldn't be tempted to want to split this in order to accomplish that. So if it means that you would have to put, yeah, that's a really big segment. But I guess what I think of is you could add. How would you do that? Is make a dash line here so it's not all the way through this segment. You could probably add TSDs. I guess to depict that as well. You could clear some of this out and just add TSDs, I guess, there. That'd be some of an option, I think. That is if it's in this area too. If you make it further down this way, it may not be as hard. Even on this longer segment here. That's going to be more of a straighter section. I'd have to see where it is in actuality too, I guess, as far as where that merge point is. Because I'm guessing it would probably still be like at the tail end of this segment. Which would be, you know, this is the tail of that segment. So this segment... Oh, I'm in the wrong one. So in this segment here, that's the tail of it. There's the head. To be able to put a dash line on all the way through that, I don't know if that would work. They enter on the straightaway, not the corner. So what you're saying is the dash line would have to be over here, right? So I think it definitely would probably be easier on here. And again, I wouldn't be tempted to want to split that to be able to accomplish that either. If anything, what you could do is take this paint texture paint line for the F section. You could probably leave the F section there, right? As far as for the painted line, but just add TSDs to that. Yeah, I think that could be accomplished much easier than it would be in the curve for sure. All right. So anyway, don't want to get too far off base there. So that would be a little bit of a challenge, I think, though. This is interesting how this works in here too. So you don't have this going. Look at that. Oh, it does go all the way through here. So you just don't have the paint. Okay, I see how that goes. Interesting. Yeah. So I want to Yeah, so pretty much anything that's painted line, you do have it as painted line. So I was going back and forth between the two different ones, and it was even throwing me off there a little bit. But this is the surface types. So all these different painted line areas, even the dash lines, they'll have a different grip. So you got your asphalt, paint, you get in your concrete, which is your PJ1, and it's on both ends of the track now. High side here, relatively low side on turns 1 and 2. Cool. That's going to be pretty interesting to see how that actually works in the sim. So the way the concrete grip is in the I&I, let's take a look at that real quick. Now that we've got everything else adjusted. The I&I grips for cup physics, at least anyway. Concrete is at 1.05, so it's only 0.05 higher than the standard grip. So even if you were to put this, and I mentioned this before, so it's going to be summary. But just to kind of clue it all in there, when you set a value of 1 to any of the grips, it's going to take into account that actual grip level. So paint is already going to have a lot of grip, even at level 1, right? In comparison to asphalt. How much more you want in this is going to determine. So in this case here, it's going to go 0.05 higher than its default grip, right? So even if you set it at 1, it's still going to be higher than the asphalt grip. So the fact that it's at 1.05, that's going to give a nice differentiation, I guess, between those two, right? It's going to be more advantageous probably to get in those zones than it is to be in asphalt. And what also comes into play is how much wear you've got in your tires. So if you've got newer tires in comparison to older tires, it might give you more of an advantage on worn tires to go into higher grip than it is lower grip. It's kind of an advantage, I guess, as far as having the different grip levels. So the fact that paint, again, at its default level, even putting it into the level of 1, it's already going to have a higher grip than, say, concrete and asphalt. So the fact that you put it at a 115, that's a huge thing. But the fact that paint grip on here is at a premium. You don't have as much of that defined as paint. You just got those little strips as far as the dash painted lines or whatever, right? So it's got a nice balance in here, so I guess is the point I'm trying to make here so far. It's not too overwhelming in any given spot on the track here, so I think what it really is going to come down to when you're going to do, like say, a longer length type of race, is really going to determine on worn tires, it's probably going to be more advantageous to be running through this area than it is either lower or higher. And that's going to be a challenge because everybody's going to be wanting to go for them spots, right? Especially on worn tires. If you got newer tires, you're going to have way more of an advantage than somebody on newer tires, for example, or older tires, I should say. And that's a great mix, I guess, as far as to have on. I guess is the point I'm trying to make. And I'm sure that's the same idea that NASCAR probably took into account, I guess, as far as the way this track has been reconfigured in such a fashion with the PJ1 and reconfiguring turns 1 and 2 and all this stuff. I can remember way back, I guess as far as when they redid Homestead. If everybody remembers when Homestead initially came out, like in the, what was it, 97? Maybe even earlier than that. Somewhere in that range. And when it first came out there, it was horrible. It was flat. The cars couldn't go very fast in the turns. You look at it now. I mean, the fact that it has lost its championship weekend, I guess, as far as for NASCAR, it's kind of sad to me. But that track in itself is, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess as far as it's when you apply the proper type of ideas to it, I guess as far as to change the dynamic of it, I think that's a good template, I guess, for that. And that's the same thing I think that you see SMI, Speedway Motor Corp Incorporated, I guess, as far as they're doing with a lot of their tracks, to make it more enticing, I guess, to series like NASCAR and other series like IndyCar, to make it more interesting in how that track behaves. Having the PJ1, these different grips, you know, the different configurations of it, to include even tracks like Phoenix, which is now called, I think it's still called ISC, or whatever it's called now. I forget what it's called now. The reconfiguration from that, when you look at it from when it ran back in the day, so I'm trying to look at the bright side as far as how these tracks are being reconfigured and creating this new avenue, I guess, for us as track builders to be able to harness, I guess, a lot of that idea for reconfiguring. So they're not just reconfiguring these tracks, I guess, just to reconfigure. They're doing it, I guess, at a wholesale, you know, cost type of chain, just like the Charlotte Roval. You know, the change of dynamic and having so much more variation and stuff like that. Daytona's done the same thing. It's been like that for years, as far as they have the road course as well as these super speedway. It does add a lot more dynamic, not only just in NASCAR but in other series as well, to track them, I guess, to run these venues. So I don't know, a little bit of soapbox, and I see this happening, I guess, with the way this track build is going too. The fact that it could be applied to pretty much any series, not only NASCAR, I guess, as far as to make this very usable. So, that's how they have it. I don't even remember what we were talking about. I got off on a tangent there, so I think we're pretty good here, I guess, as far as what we need to change here. So we're not going to do anything with this so far. I just wanted to verify and clarify, I guess, as far as where that merge to pit lane, that didn't seem to be all that much off to me. So let's go back through here. I think we got everything set. So I just wanted to, you know, just to clarify where the grip levels are at. I think these grip levels are going to be very, they're sparse enough and they're segregated enough from each other to where not one is going to be as more dominant, I guess, than the other, especially on a longer run. And I always like to consider, as far as like when the tires wear out, how is those grips going to come into play, right? You want one not to have another advantage of the other. You're only going to go into that lower grip level or that higher grip level based on what type of tires that you have. So if you want to change right side tires instead of left, vice versa, or just go no tires and just go the whole distance, how is that going to affect? You know, you're not putting so much grip into it to where you can just run the car ragged with, you know, just wearing the tires straight out and not lose anything. Nothing falls off. That's a big balance that you got to put into with the grip levels. I see so many tracks in the past, as far as they'll add so much grip to a track that it doesn't matter how long of a race that you go and what type of pit frequency you put on it, the tires just don't fall off. And it doesn't matter how high you put the tire fall off on, which is a whole nother ball of wax when it comes to that, as far as how much heat. It doesn't matter how much you apply in those areas. When you've got too much grip in a track, the tires are starting to fall off. You'll end up being able to run the whole race without even having to change tires. There's no fun in that, in my opinion. And again, it comes down to, regardless of what type of pit frequency you would have on it. Okay. Cheers, everyone. As technology changes, not only IRL vehicle and physical track, right, but also technology advances in virtual world. Yeah, and the fact that we even have the ability to apply this new technology, like the 3 safer and such, to such old technology that is in our 2003, that's pretty fascinating to me as well. The fact that, granted, we don't have the whole dynamic of it. Like, we don't have the spring rate of the safer like it is in actuality, but the fact that the number one reason we put the safer on the track in a simulation like in our 2003 is because you're losing that much of space, you know, that much racing surface, if you will. But I think the closer that we've been able to come to by just having that guardrail effect to it, you know, hitting that Armco, as it's called here in NR 2003, that gives us at least that steel feel, you know, as far as when you hit that, not only do you lose that amount of racing surface, but also hitting that in that same fashion. So the way it damages the car is going to be pretty similar to actuality. And I think that's pretty great. That just goes to show you how, as old as this sim is, it's still a pretty great sim engine, racing sim engine, I guess, to be able to simulate all that stuff. Maybe not, like I said, to exact T as it does in reality, and some other racing simulations out there do, like iRacing, but I think it's pretty dang close. It's a very phenomenal alternative, at least anyway. And that's the only reason why we continue to do it, you know, because we have this ability, I guess, to be able to apply those dynamics to a very old racing simulation. I think we got everything done here, though. I think I've gone over enough of this. I'm liking the changes that Torch has taken a lot of what I had suggested apply there. We're going to be able to test a lot of this stuff. I want to get into the 3D modeling of this. So that was quite a bit of information, but it's very solid information, I guess, to cover as far as where we're at for the dynamics of the track itself. So when we put all these other track library elements to the track, as I've just explained, it's going to add more immersion factor. You know, that's for lack of a better way to put it. So we want to get to that immersion level. So not only you're feeling how the track behaves and how it responds to the setup that you apply, how wearing the tires out based on a particular type of length of run that you do. Can I go 20 laps? Can I go 30 laps before I need to pit on tires? Blah blah blah. You know, you're with all that being added to all the immersion factor, I guess, as far as the different static objects like the video screen, the victory lane, all this stuff. It's like they're things that you're thinking about as you're racing. It's like, I want to go to victory lane. It's like, you know, that video screen is distracting to me, but I need to stay focused and all this stuff. I mean, that's all part of it. And that's what I want to get into here eventually. Here, I got this still queued up here. We got all that information that I was showing earlier, I guess, as far as to basically fill in that gap, I guess, as far as the information we didn't have last time. So we'll use that to our advantage, I guess, to be able to expand on the model further. I did a lot of placeholder type of items here for the stands. We'll be able to, and I got this queued up because we're going to be using majority of this area here to be able to accommodate those stands. Now the fact that it's both those stands are the same, they're basically replicas of each other, just, you know, a flip-flop mirror of each other on either side of the victory lane. We only need to use this one area to be able to map that area. We don't need one area for each stand. So the fact that this area is going to work very well, I guess, to be able to accommodate that. And that's the only reason why I got that texture queued up. Okay. Did anybody try to give themselves a shot again? Yes, they did. Okay, I just saw that. Torch. You got 79 there. Sweet. So, bot's coming around. Cool beans. Cool beans. I thought, I was really kind of worried there, I guess, for a minute there, because the fact that it did it to me as well, it's just like, maybe it just took me trying to give a shot to myself, and maybe the bot kind of wised up everything. Oh, whoa. Boss is trying to give him a shot, too. It's not good. I better stop doing that. So, maybe I did kind of scare him a little bit. Hopefully that's the case. Alright, so the way this here is designed so far, it's just the one layer. This is all based on the original texture of what we did for the 15 build. And I showed, I think last week, I guess, as far as what one of the initial layouts was. Not even close to this, that's for sure. The fact that the actual signage areas for this billboard area was a lot smaller. I want to say it was, I don't even remember now. I think I've got it here still. Let me see. Just to kind of give you a comparison to it. It was really interesting as far as where it originated from. So the fact that it originated from this look originally, so we had more emphasis on the fencing than we did the actual signage. James probably felt better of it. It's like, you know what? We need more focus on the billboard signage here and not make it all poopy looking. So the fact that he flip-flopped that, so you can see this was one of the original layouts prior to getting to this layout. So there's a lot of adjustment not only in the model, any cases there, but a lot of times you got to play around with the texture to make it look, you know, so if you put as much effort into the look of the structure, the model itself, and or the texture, bottom line, what all I'm trying to mention there is you don't want to put so much effort into the texture as much as you do the model, if you can help it. If you can basically apply such things as ambient occlusion, I guess, to the texture, as opposed to adding certain dynamics to the model, then do that. And I think that's what one of the things that James did necessarily take into consideration when he's just like, you know what, we can do this better by doing it this way, as opposed to, and make the model itself more simpler, and we're not stepping away from. Now we've seen how the detail of that structure that we've come up with, how much clarity there is in that by having in this configuration and amount of detail, and it's very what's the word I'm looking for? It's very pleasurable. It's not bad. Let's put it that way. Maybe bot needs more beer, not coffee. Uh-oh. Bot woke up on the wrong side of the bed and needed to know. Okay, maybe coffee. It could be. Yeah, so it was either a combination of just giving him a drink of something, or just me trying to administer, I guess, a shot as well. One of the two things I think kind of woke him up a little bit. But did you try another shot? You got 53. There, yeah. So that's 53 or 50. 50. Yeah. So you did get something. There you go. Cheers. Good job, Torch. Yeah, it never hurts, I don't think, sometimes to give the bot a beer. Give him a little drink, whatever it happens to be. I know it does depict it, I guess, as a mug of beer, but it can be whatever type of drink, I guess it's... So if you're drinking tea, drinking coffee, whatever, I mean, it's... Oh, Racer James did? Slots. No, I noticed that you've got a shot in there, yeah, so you got 50. Racer James did slots. Okay. Oh, bot didn't give him any. Right. Yeah, if the bot didn't give him any, that's understandable. Yeah. Stingy bot. Torch gave him a beer, though. Maybe he'll come around. Okay, so. Alright, well, I want to make sure that I get this PTF saved, because we did make some changes to it. We're going to be testing that out with those, you know, as far as the pitting protocols, as well as the INI. I'll still have that original one that Torch originally sent me. So we want to save this. Okay, and I'll go ahead and close that right away. And we want to save this PTF, and I'm going to go make sure I'm back in the geometry view. I know I've always made a point to saying, always like, I don't know, call it a bad habit, or call it, I don't know, call it what you will. I've always found it more beneficial, I guess, to make sure that you're in geometry view when you save the track, as opposed to, say, object or trackside dekill. Because for some reason, when you go into anything other than geometry, it tends to take forever. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just the primitiveness, I guess, of Sandbox, as far as how it renders in the different levels. On the object level in particular, it always tends to sometimes want to crash when you save in that mode. So just to kind of eliminate that potential further, you can usually never go wrong, I guess, as far as in geometry view. Because it for some reason, in those different levels, it has a different hierarchy of how it's rendering the items, even though it's still the same thing, regardless, you know, of if you're in geometry view or not. It just tends to want to hesitate and chug and whatever. So I always like to make a point just to go to geometry view every time I save a PTF, regardless of what I'm doing. Okay, so okay, making sure save as. Now I'm gonna do this as a new PTF because this is my own throwaway. Whether or not this is going to be sufficient, I guess, as far as for our purposes, I guess, as far as that, it's going to be. Oh, I see how you did that. Cool. What I'm going to do is go. Mostly what I did there was just the pits. I'm going to do just pit adjustments. And I can shorten this too. You can make the notation to it as long as you want, it doesn't matter. But sometimes I do like to try to shorthand it. Hit adjustments, and I'm going to put, what is today? It's still 10/23. I could even do this too, just to kind of put my own signature on it, so I know that this one's mine, and it has nothing to do with Torch did. For example. Now, as I've mentioned before, usually I don't put the date into it, only because the date of the PTF itself is there, right? So just to kind of follow suit, I guess, as far as the way I do it, I can immediately tell if it's not my PTF when it doesn't have the date in it, for example. I'll do it this way. Oop. And just to confirm it did save that. See, now, as I look in here, I can tell any one of these that don't have a date on it, chances are those are not my ones that I did. I hardly ever put the date. Now, the ones that do have a date, as well as the prefix of it that I have, that's just ones that I rewrote, I guess, as far as prior to what Torch did. But if in any case, any of these that have a date into it, these are going to be not my PTFs. PTFs that I save. Because again, usually what I will do is I'll put it in detail view. We have this ability, and then I can go by PTF, or you can go by date modified, and look at the PTF this way, and I can see the date in that fashion. I'll know which one's the newest. That's the approach I take to it. Whatever which way you find more appropriate, definitely use that. Back to here. I'm going to sort this back this way and put it back to medium. Cool. Now we got everything back to normal, at least for me anyway. So especially if you don't have like on my gaming PC at this point here, I don't have a lot of these extensions, you know, for 3DOs and PTFs basically registered, I guess, with that extension. So for PTFs, I don't have an icon. It's all generic. So everything, it looks all basically is clamored all together. So the fact that I have the extension, I can also go to that detail view for me and determine which one's which, right? So especially if I just saved a new PTF, if I sort of by date modified, I can tell, yep, there's my new PTF because it's the current date. So that's another thing that I like to do anyway. Yeah. How long have I been working on this map? This is a track build. Welcome in, Siberian Toaster. This is a track. This has been going on. Torch, maybe you can elaborate too. It's been going on since just before the end of last year. I know what I've got here, information-wise, anyway. Go back here. So I have. Oops, wrong one. Wrong folder. So we gotta go here, victory lane. So that would be in this folder, right? Hell, I have going back as far as the end of December of last year. Yep. So the 23rd of December last year, at least, and I think it might have even gone a little bit further than that. So this build has been going on for quite some time. And granted, there was some stoppage and track building, so this hasn't been like a 9 to 5 thing, I guess, as far as putting a lot of hours, I guess, day after day. There are breaks taken and stuff like that, but it kind of gives you an idea. But usually it does come down to, I guess, as far as where we need to find more information, or we need to, like with this victory lane, for example, we needed more current information in this case to kind of fill in some of the gaps, I guess, as far as like what do we need, I guess, to be able to get this complete and get it more accurate. And that was something that we were able to acquire. Oops. Close that one. So with this picture here, this is more current. So this is from last week's race there at the facility. So it has current signage and whatever to it. Whether or not that's the approach that Torch is going to take, I guess, to put it that way, that's up to him. But what we want to get is the basic layout of this here, and we do have that already as far as with the victory. Now, this is just for the victory lane, mind you. So for the victory lane, this is what we have so far. as far as to depict that. So it's to scale, based on real-world information as far as LiDAR, which is the cloud point data, real-world topography, and so on. What we didn't have as of late is all the layouts of these seating areas, for example. We didn't have that up until now. That's what we can see here. So we have much more information to be able to depict those much more to reality. So we can see how many seatings. It's got railing on it. In fact, it's got stairs on one side and so on. So we'll be able to apply that to our model to make that more accurate at this point. So hopefully that did answer that. But as far as a map, it's not really a map. It's a track. So I guess in a way, depending on how you look at it, it can be a map, because it's a map of a actual track that's in reality, which is the Texas Motor Speedway. And we're just trying to bring it up to date to current standards is all. You think you're going to do the 2020 version and also 2021 chase? Nice. So just like you did Dover. I mean, different years, but yeah, you did the non-chase and the chase version. That'd be pretty neat. I think those turned out pretty good. Right. What are you hee-heeing about there, yeah? So. Oh, you're probably talking about Racer James, and Racer James kind of was yelling out there, stingy bot. Cool beans. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so hopefully that did answer the question there, Siberian Toaster. Welcome on into the stream if I didn't say that already. This is where we get a little bit creative here on Saturdays here, though. We like to do a little bit of hard labor, I guess, as far as on creating things, and then we actually like to, we play in the sandbox, and then after we play in the sandbox, we actually get to try it out in the sim. See how everything is working in the actual racing simulation itself. Someone else will try to do update to 20. Yeah, and that's kind of the other thing you almost have to keep in mind. It's like, especially if you're considering putting it out there to the public, you always kind of keep it an open mind, I guess, to the fact that somebody's going to want to edit it, right? And the way you've got it laid out here with the texture, just for this Victory Lane, for example, you can easily discern, I guess, as far as what is what. You can see where the fencing's at, you can see where the windows are, you can see where the billboards are, I guess, as far as for that area, the flanking areas, I guess, for the race winners, and all that. I mean, it's once we get this area here for the stands, that's going to be very noticeable as well. We're only going to be using this one little area here. So with that being said, I'm going to change this out here. We're going to end up changing this to a layered template to be able to change the look of this later on. So let's do raster layer to this. So we won't want to touch this original layout, right? We want to keep that the way it is, right? Because that's the way the mapping of the model is. We don't want to change that. We just want to be able to change the look of it. So without stepping on the actual original image of this, we can use different layers, I guess, to be able to cover those areas up and put different badging on it. So whether or not we want it to look like this in comparison to whatever else, what I do notice here is it doesn't have that race winner badge. Let me see here. Let's go back to our model. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but I don't see this part right here, which is actually a model piece. Zoom in on this. I don't see this part here, so I don't know if they removed that. Yeah, so this actually extends out past the billboard pieces there. It almost looks like they might have took that out from what I can see here. It's kind of a hard perspective. It doesn't really show me from the side view, I guess, as far as that goes, but you can definitely see it still depict, I guess, the fact that it's still looking at the windows. They do have something different there other than Sunoco for sure. But you can see that contour of the building. It's got these platforms on the wings here. It's got the race winners plaques on the flanking ends here of the billboard. The one thing we didn't have, as I said, was all these stands that are situated, I guess, in here, which we now have. These are a lower seating platform over on this end. We do have other pictures, I guess, to be able to show that. What we're going to focus on stream here today is at least these two. They're going to be relatively 100% identical to each other, just on opposing ends of the Victory Lane area. That's about really all that's going on with that. So we got these placeholder pieces here just to kind of give us an idea of how that's initially laid out here. Now we can add to it. But it does definitely seem, now that I look at this again, these stands here are on the inside. That's clearly definitive here. You can see the fencing is actually behind this. So I think what we were initially looking at is the fact that they got these banners here. These are lower, kind of like crowd, what do they call those as far as crowd dividers? So these are lower. Whether or not we put those in there, I think it's still yet to be determined, but I think they do have some fencing here too. Okay. Interesting. So they've got these. Yeah, see the propane you were talking about there. This is what I was talking about. I was talking about this area right here. That's behind there. They do have some fencing behind that too. That's a different, like a boxed area. I don't know why they do that. They got a sign here, and I don't know what that says. But it does look like they've got fencing not only on the front side of those stands, but also the back side. So it's kind of like totally enclosed in. So I guess it's to make it so that people that haven't paid, I guess, to go in there, it restricts access to that. I guess that's probably a fair thing. But yeah, these are just crowd dividers. So we were looking at that from other pictures, and I was from the different perspectives from that we had the previous pictures, you couldn't really tell if that was part of the fence or not, because they were kind of from the flanking points of this picture lane building itself. The fact that we got it from this vantage point, we can definitely discern that these aren't part of the fence. These are totally separate pieces. And again, whether or not we put those in there, that's still to be. I don't know if that's gonna. You would rather do it than someone else? Well, absolutely. What were you mentioning as far as yes, they do? I'm sorry. I was totally focusing on the pictures. I was saying everything. But at this point, I'm trying to. I almost feel like I gotta add fencing behind these stands too. So not only the ones that we've got already currently here, like this, we also need to add fencing going around them, like that. Which can be easily done. That's not a problem. So in other words, it would have to be, and I can use a chunk of this, one of these pieces here, I guess, to be able to do that too, since it's already mapped. Do this. Yeah, caged effect, right. So what I was thinking, what needs to happen, I think here, so we might need to move, let me put this top down here. What I'm thinking what might have to happen, we'll have to move this over just a tad. Like this, go back to that. What I want to do is get this fully behind that bend there. Just a little bit. I don't know how much that's going to throw it off, I guess, from the actual position of it based on that ground image we were using. Okay. This way I can add to that boxed in area here, and then it kind of extends back. Now from this angle though, I can't tell if it's got the same amount of area behind it. So the fact that this has this much, I don't know if it has the same amount on this side. I can take a wild guess and see if it does, but it almost, from this perspective, it doesn't look like it does. But it definitely has fencing going behind it as well, so that caged in effect, as you said, Torch. This one's easily discernible, I guess, as far as how that's going. But also seems like a separate fencing, so it doesn't like spawn off, I guess, this here going across the front. It's totally separate. I'm just trying to discern how I want to go about this. Should I make a separate cage, I guess, for these stands, or should I spawn that off from what's already here? Yeah, it's just these little finer details about that, the way that is in actuality is what I'm almost thinking what I might do is just make a separate cage and not really attach it per se, I guess, to this fencing, or have it spawn off of that. What I initially think about anyway. So I'm going to put these at the same Y. So this one's at, copy this value. Make it the same on this one, so they're straight across from each other. They're both the same size. Wait a minute, that still looks offset. My eyes deceiving me, does that look offset? Copied the same value. Here, let me try something. I know they're the same size. Nope, I guess they are straight across. It's just my eyes. Okay. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Yeah, they are straight across from each other, the same size. Alright, so if we go back into this model. So I think the approach I'll take, like I said, is I can peel off part of this fencing, since that's already mapped, and then I can use that as a template as far as to make that cage for it. See how that works out for us. Yeah, I think it's optical conclusion, yep. I think you're right. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, like I said, is I'm going to chunk off. We got this as an editable poly. Grab it by poly. Grab these two sides. Like so. Whoops, let's do this. Go. Let's highlight those. And we can see the highlight of those. I want to make sure I got both those polys. I only got one selected so far. Let's do this. Let's do a drag select. There. Now it's telling me I got two polys selected. That's what I want. So I got both sides of that fence there. I'm going to detach it as an object. Then I'll center it to that detach. Center our pivot to that detach. Now we can manipulate. I can clone this. I'm not moving this at all from where it is. I want to keep that there. I just want to be able to clone this as another object, as a copy. Now, I've mentioned this before. It's a little bit of summary. The difference between an instance and a copy. There's a difference between that. So a copy will keep it totally separate from the original piece that I detached. If I keep it as instance, it's going to affect both the original piece as well as any duplicates that I make of it. So definitely, I only want to be able to affect the new piece and not the original piece. So that's why I have to put it on copy. This way it lets me pull this out like this. It keeps that one there, and now I can adjust this one any way I feel fit without affecting that as well, as far as the donor piece. Alright, so even at that same level, all I did was move it on the x-axis here in this case here, so we're just going to box this thing in. Okay, and then even if we want to, I can do one of two things. I can either take the edge of this one here and create a new poly, or I can chunk out another piece, detach another piece, and just, yeah, let's do it that way. Why not? I could even do this too. There's many different ways I can go about this. I can also do this too. I can clone this piece. Let's do that. We'll probably have to retexture it because it'll be a shorter piece, but we'll see how it looks first before we do that. We'll do another copy of that. Pull this one out. This one we're going to rotate 90 degrees. So we'll do a snap toggle here. Go into the rotation. Change it 90 degrees. Like so. That off. And then we'll snap this roughly into place. Just to kind of get an idea of what we got going on for us here. So what I'm doing here, instead of creating a brand new poly that I'll have to texture and get it to line up much the same as the rest of the fencing, I'm using what I already have available to me, right? So I know everything is uniform in that regard as far as the height of it and the scale of it and all that jazz. So instead of creating new polys and having to go through the whole motions again, I guess as far as UV unwrapping it and so on and so forth, I'm just starting off with what I already have available to me. So the fact that I grabbed all of the pieces, both sides in this case, and it's still all one piece. As you can see, it's double-sided, just like the donor piece from where I grabbed it from. I'm just saving myself some work, I guess, as far as to do any additional work. Definitely, if you have that option to do that, you should always try to do that. Save yourself some time. Okay, so we can do that. Now, because this is double-sided, I can duplicate this again. And the way we've got this UV map, it's the same on both sides, right? So it's not offset or anything like that. But it doesn't matter in this case as far as what orientation. If we put make a duplicate of this, once again, and slide it over here, it's not going to matter. The only thing we'll have to probably change is the length of it. So what I'll do is I'll probably take the verts on this one here and snap it to that. And we may necessarily have to rescale the texture of these sides because they are shorter pieces than what we originally started from. And that's not that hard. I think this might be what we're going for here, though. So if we put this in. So something like this. So it gives it that boxed-in effect here. And keeping in mind, it's not showing in the scene here that this is transparent, but this will have transparency in here. So even as people sit in these stands here, they'll be able to see through the fencing. Obviously, if you're sitting higher, you won't have as much of an obstruction if you're sitting in these stands. But even if you are sitting lower, you still got that transparent fence there. As far as just the whatever they call those, I forget the different components of as far as the uprights and then the top rails. But I think this will work. Just the kind of initial. I'll have to shorten those pieces up, like I said, but I think other than that, I think it would be good. Okay. Let's shorten these up here. So let's start with this one. Go vertex. Take that. Need to make sure that should all be welded together. Right? Nope, sure isn't. All right, so let's make sure we weld that. See, what's happening here is it's only grabbing the one side, and the other side's still staying there. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I weld these. Grab that. Actually, I'll grab this whole end. And while I'm on vertex and poly, as an editable poly, I'll go ahead and weld that. Now, when I move this, I'll just be able to grab it like this. Now it should be all together. Cool. Alright, that's what I want. Sometimes that's what'll happen when you detach like that. It'll try to re-establish, I guess, as far as the fact that it was originally two-sided. And that's what you want to make sure when you're moving verts in the fashion like I was just doing there. Sometimes they might not be all together. That's kind of what I was thinking might have been going on with your torch with your outer ground. You might have had some rogue verts like that you might be grabbing one vert, right? But there's actually another one behind it. And if that poly is flipped, you wouldn't be able to tell whatever that vert's there to be able to snap it properly. But I think we've come to the determination it's probably more because of the trans that's in that texture. So that's just to kind of give some clarification on what I was initially seeing on that model in comparison to what I just witnessed here. Don't forget the steps going to... Yeah, I'm going to get to that. Right now I'm just focusing on the fencing right now. Just to kind of get that laid out. We're going to be getting to the actual stands itself in a bit. And it's going to be a very simple model. I'm not going to do an elaborate steps, right? It's going to be a lot of just flat texturing. We don't need a whole heck of a lot of detail in that, I don't feel. It's not something you're really going to be able to interact with. So I'll probably take the approach, for example, like you did... I think you got something in here to kind of show. Yeah, we're done with this. So let's go ahead with... Let's get back to this right here. Just to kind of show something you have in here or as an example. Back to that. We already saved it, so that's good. I did determine that, right? Let me double check. I got a little sidetracked there to make sure. Definitely no pun intended when I say that. But yeah, I made a determination here where I was going over as far as how I dated things. How things are dated and how I don't date them. As far as to put the date in them. But I didn't confirm that it did save that PTF. So, wait, how's it got these sorted? I forgot how I sorted these. Range. Yeah. Ending date. No, I want to go by name. There we go. That's why. There we go. That's more like it. So the one I saved was right here. There's the one that I saved right there. Cool. So I kind of got, yeah, off track there, I guess, as far as to confirm that I was going over as far as the difference between putting the date on it and not putting the date on, and how you could get around. Whatever which way it works for you, I guess, as far as Torch actually takes the approach, I guess, to put the date on it. If that suits your fancy, as far as especially if you got it in this view, it makes sense. But the thing I wanted to show, you've got, wait a minute, why is it still in this view for here? The heck, hold on. Okay, because I still got it in that view here, I gotta change that. Go back to textures, there we go. That's why. So if we go in here, so there's an example of how you did the steps. So this is more 3D. Okay, there's an example that you have in here, so I'll probably do it more like this. For the steps of those stands. For the victory lane, I'll do it more like this. Over here. So the way you've got these grandstands, how they're kind of more of a flat look to it, but it'll have that 3D look to it on the texture. Right, so I'm not going to add 3D, I guess, to the model itself. So again, it goes back to what I was saying as far as, like, do you put more attention to the look of the texture or the model? And I think in this case, just to keep it relatively low poly on the victory lane model itself overall, I'm going to apply more of a 3D look, I guess, to the texture to give it that stepping. So it's going to be more of just a flat slope that'll have a stepped look, I guess, to it, if that makes sense. It'll make sense once I get to that point. Okay. And that's just, like I said, just to keep it relatively low poly, but it'll still give that effect that it'll be 3D. But for now, we're just focusing on these fence pieces for now. Now they got this all welded, we'll be able to snap our verts. Make sure we got vert snaps. Snap that right to there. And it may or may not require for us to... Actually, that don't look too bad. What I was considering that they might be too closely spaced together, I might still just kind of adjust it just a tad. Because they are kind of a little bit narrow. You can see in comparison how much wider these are here. So I might adjust that just so it looks a little bit more equal, I guess, as far as the spacing of the uprights of the fencing and such. But for the most part, it doesn't look too bad. But I might just adjust the UV mapping on that once we're done with this is all. Okay. Keep it that way for now. Okay, now we're going to take these two. We're going to make sure these are welded. Let's turn the snaps off for a second. Those are not welded, so we'll go ahead and weld these. I'm gonna drag select both of those. It's got 4 vertices, so that tells me they're not welded. So once I weld this, I'll only have 2. See, now I only got 2. So now I know it should be welded. So if I grab just one of these, it's going to move the whole thing as one unit. That was one of the things that wasn't working before. If some of you that tuned in, I guess, previous stream, I was trying to do that same thing. I think it was on this corner here, and it was not cooperating very well. Still not 100% sure what was up with that, but that's the way it generally will work as far as this, what I just demonstrated. Alright, so now we can turn on our vert snaps again. Snap that to that corner. And snap that this corner. Cool, so now we got that boxed in. Oh crap. See, wrong button. Now we need to get this here, so we'll snap that to this corner. These probably aren't welded either. That just by double checking. Nope, those are not welded either, so we'll go ahead and weld these as well. Drag select both of these. We should have 4. Yep. And then we'll go down to here. Weld them. We should have 2. Nice. Okay, so now we can vert snap these. Torch going ham on the slots and everything. Oh. So none of you got the slots yet. You didn't get a jackpot. I think it's coming though. Y'all gonna get it here at some point. Yeah, so that's pretty good there. I'm happy with that. And then we also need to do it on this corner. Now, keeping in mind, these are all still separate objects. Even though I'm snapping all this in there, they're still relatively separate objects, at least for now. I haven't collapsed it all together. So on this one here, yep, so we got that extension here. So these should probably still be unsnapped or unwelded. Vertex. Turn our snaps off just to confirm. Yep, so that's not snapped or welded, I should say. There's a difference between, I guess, snapped and welded. When you weld it, obviously it's just like it sounds. It's actually going to weld them together till it makes it one unit. Whereas if you snap it, all it's going to do is just put it in within close proximity of what it is you're trying to snap it to. So you can still move it, right? So there's a big difference between snapping and welding. Snapping will just get it to where you want it to be aligned, I guess, with another vert. If you weld it, it's going to actually pin it down, just like it would actually if you were to weld something, it's going to pin it right to it. You can unweld as well, but it's better to, I guess, to be careful, I guess, as far as how you weld. So if you just want to snap it into place to see if that's actually where you want the vert, then that's fine. If it looks good, it's kind of like the same thing you would apply with welding. You would actually put a clamp on it to see, so that's where your snap would come into play. If it looks good to where it's at and you want to keep it there, then you weld it. That way it's all one unit. That's a couple of different tools that you have, I guess, to be able to. So if you have two verts that are way out, I guess, somewhere else there, and you want to be able to snap it to something else to see how that looks, and if that looks good after you snap it, then you weld it to make sure that it stays there. Okay. So with that said, did I weld that? I did not, so I did not weld that. So we're going to grab both of these verts. Should have 4. Shows me right here. Now I can weld those together. Just down the roll out here. Ooh, crap. What did that do there? Sometimes that'll happen too. Did I grab too many? That was a first. Nope, I only got 4 vertices. This is kind of what it was doing to me, I guess, as far as previously on that corner. Okay, hold on. Try that again. Oh, why I did that. I don't like how it's doing that. Okay. I don't like that. I shouldn't be doing that. So maybe if I do one set at a time. Okay, so those are both welded. And these two are welded. See, it's... Ooh, why is it doing that? That's not good. Not good. Okay, let's see how this... Is that already welded? Maybe it is already welded. That's probably why. That's already welded down here. So that's already one unit already, so that's probably why that was doing that. So the bottom vertices here, those were already... So the fact it was showing me... It does say 2 here, though. Interesting. Hold on. Nope, they are still separated. I wonder why it's doing that, though. Man. This is the same problem I was having with that when I was working on the building of this victory lane here, too. Now, the fact that I was able to do the other panel without harm... That's really weird. Okay, if this does this again, what I might do is just reclone this, since this is already basically... And it's only snapped. I didn't weld this or collapse this together, so it's still one piece. I could always grab that and put that over on this end, if this is going to continue to give me problems. So let me try this one more time. 2 vertices, and I'll weld it together. Alright, I'm not even going to deal with that. So let's, we're going to do this. We're going to delete that. We're going to take this one. Okay, I've only got that, now all the vertices on this individual piece are welded, but I didn't weld it to the ends here. All I did was snap it. Right, so I can still clone this as a separate piece. Copy. Like so, and now I can pull that out, separate piece. So now I don't have to deal with that, doing that mistexturing. Now all I got to do is snap it in the corners here. Yeah. More than one way to, yeah, just trying to utilize all the tools that we have available to us in that regard. That's definitely one of them. So we'll be able to vert snap. Again, this is kind of like tack welding, if you will. You can always undo that, if you will. So let's see how this does. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Very, very interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. I might check the UV mapping just to see what's going on with that. It might just be a matter of... I don't know why it's not doing it here, though. That's what's weird. It actually might be fine. Let's try and render it. It is actually still fine. So the fact that it shows this way, it's just the way the viewport is actually rendering in here. The fact that it's rendering this way, that tells me there's nothing wrong with it. So it's probably the same case with the one I was previously trying to until I recloned it. So this should be fine. The render is usually the telltale sign. Now the fact that it's still showing the areas that are transparent is just the magenta, that pale magenta. It's still going to be transparent once we get it into create our model and put it into our sandbox, at least anyway. James still got nothing on the shot. Wow. Wow. So we do know that Yasso and Torch was able to get that, so I think it's just picking on James right now. That's super sad. Come on, bot. Anyway, the fact that it's showing black in here, that's not an issue for us. That's the only thing we're... Now, I think we're good orientation-wise for the stands in here. I think. I think. Oh, your wrist. Oh, you got extracted. Ouch. What? That ain't the thumb? What do you mean the thumb? What do you mean the thumb? What did you mean by... Wasn't the thumb? I guess I missed something there. Alright, so I think what we want to do is basically the same thing on the other side. I also think what I could do at this point, I can collapse these three pieces together. Yeah, I think we'll do that. So we got these three pieces here, the 2, 3, and 4. So object 1 is going to be the original piece that I donated from here, that I detached. So I don't want that piece, so I just want... Wait a minute, what's piece 5? Alright, let me see what I got here. Wait a minute, what's going on here? What's object 1? What do I have in here? So object 1 was the original donor piece, right? That's good on that. 2, 3, 4. What is 5? Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. So 5 is what? That's that. I thought I deleted that other one. Interesting. Okay, so that's 4. 3. You gotta see what I got in here. So that's... What's 3? 3 is nothing? Heck is 3? 3 is nothing. How did that happen? Interesting. Let's get rid of that. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so we got 2, 3, and 4. We should have the 3 sides like that. Should be able to collapse that. Doesn't matter the numbers of that. I don't know what happened to that object 3. I lost track of what I was doing there, but... Oh, can't you... Oh, 20 seconds. Another 20 seconds on the shot. That's gonna be funny if it still gives you 44 units. Oh my god. Oh, middle digit? Oh, gotcha. Nice, Razor James. So that was kind of your cheeky way, I guess, to give it. Okay, I gotcha. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and collapse these 3 that we've got selected here. Doesn't really matter the order in this one here. as it does in some other cases that I've shown before. This one won't matter. Okay, so we want to collapse. Selected. Cool. Now it did put it back to that after we collapsed it. That's a good sign. In some cases, if it would have went the other way around, that might not be a bad thing. But usually, in most cases in Max, you can always give it a render, like so, to determine how it's actually going to look. Usually it'll be a good telltale for that. So far, I think we're in good shape. So we collapse that all together. We're going to affect the pivot. Center that to those three sides. Then I'm also going to reset the X-form. I've always gotten in the habit of doing that because of, regardless if you apply rotation or anything to that, anything you modify it, once you get it to what you feel is your final form, reset the X-form just to kind of take any wonk out of the whole shape of it. So that's kind of what you don't see as far as like quote-unquote collidable properties, I guess, for that. You always want to, I don't know, I just found it's always better to do, it doesn't hurt to do it anyway. In a lot of cases, do reset X-form. Reset selected. And what you're looking for is for that orange box that's around there to be nice, tight conformer around your whole object that you've got here. So these three sides here, the fact that it's not out of shape, we don't see the orange out of shape, I guess, with the actual visual piece that we can see as far as these three sides. This is exactly what we want to see. So the fact that I got it in here twice for some reason. Alright, we're going to collapse both of these. Collapse that, and it'll put it right back to an... It immediately does that as far as when you collapse it, it'll put it back to an editable mesh. We're going to do editable poly, just in case we need to do any additional adjustments to it on the other side. Shouldn't need to, but... Convert to editable poly, like so. Then I'll automatically put that split in there. That's normal. I expected that. Now we don't want to move this. Okay, we only want to clone this whole piece. Now we got collapsed here. Yep. So clone it and make it a copy. Object 3. Cool. Now we can pull this out as a separate piece and put that on the other side. We can rotate this by angle snap 180 degrees. Put it on the other side. Yeah, angle snap. Go into rotate. Angle snap it this way. 180 degrees. Like so. Now we can put that on the opposite side, straight across. I'm going to get this as close as I need to, and then I'll just snap it to where it needs to go the rest of the way. Now, I am well aware of the fact that, as we already pointed out, there's a separate area, not considering the propane part, right? I'm just considering, I guess, this area here. I understand that that's there. I can always feel free, I guess, to bring that out. Once I snap that, I can always bring the opposite end of this out to accommodate that. Yeah, so I have that option at least anyway. So do I have... This one does not, I don't think. Nope. So this is just the... Yeah, this is just the model in here. We don't have LiDAR in this. Okay, cool. Okay. We got as much of the LiDAR information that we needed as far as for the stands. It's just a matter of getting it to look a little better than what it is as far as a placeholder. Okay. We did take a pretty good guess at where we felt the height of the fence needed to be, based on the LiDAR information that it did present to us, I guess, as far as for the height of the stands. So the fact that it didn't really show us any spiky bits, I guess, for the height of the fence, it was still kind of a little bit of a guessing game based on the picture references that we had as far as how much of the stands was actually protruding, I guess, from the top of the fence, and then comparing that to even like the average height of an average male, you know, being at 6 foot. We kind of used those picture references to kind of determine where the height of that fence needed to be, and I think we're pretty close to that. So yeah, just based on some of the other picture reference that we had previously, I'm leaving all that height data the same. So we're going to be using these placeholders that we have here in an effort, I guess, to recreate a more aesthetically appealing looking set of stands. If that makes sense. All right. Cool. So I need to snap these verts the rest of the way to the other piece. And now it's not going to weld it or collapse it together or anything like that, so it's still going to be a separate piece. I'm wondering, do I need to go back top down here real quick? Okay, so we still got that amount of space here, I guess, as well as on this side. So that was object 2. That, yep. Okay. I think we're staying pretty symmetrical so far. Go back into object 3. That one. Cool. I'm happy with it so far. So we just need to snap these in here is all. Alright, so this should all be already still welded because I cloned it, collapsed it, and all that good stuff there, so I don't have to worry about needing to re-weld those. So if I go vert snap, you dirty rat, it did separate it again. Really shouldn't have done that, but okay. So they're going to be, and a lot of times that'll happen, like I say, when you clone, regardless if it's instance or copy, like I did there. A lot of times what it'll try to do is inherit the original configuration of what you had there. So the fact that it was two-sided originally, that's what it's going to try to clone. So the fact that I've got the two sides, and I did weld them, as you all saw, I guess as far as like that, when I cloned it, it actually re-segregated all those verts. And I just proved that, I guess, as far as that. So what I want to do is re-weld those. That's usually a normal thing, I guess, as far as when you clone, especially if you got a two-sided piece like I got here. Okay. Just have to remember, I guess, to re-weld them is all. Yep, so now we're back down to 2. Now I can snap these. First snap and snap. Oopsie. That. That. There's that side. Get this one. Probably have to re-weld these. Double check here. Turn that off. Yep, gotta re-weld those as well. Could be. Whoa. 5 verts. How the hell did I get 5 verts? Say what? Gained a vert somewhere. Should only been 4. That's probably because it split that poly by changing it back to editable polys. That's probably what happened. Okay. Yep. Added that. That's weird how it did that though. Usually it won't do that until I convert it back to a 3DS. But I guess that's where we're at here so far. So we'll have to go with that. Okay. Trying to keep the polys down. Alright. Let's go ahead and take all those and weld. I wonder if it's going to change. Did not. Cool. So now we're back down to 2. So we should have 1 here. Yep. And 1 down here. Good deal. What we want. Now we can take each of these and snap those. This fencing structure there. So vert snap. You know what? One thing I didn't get up on here. Let's do this. I forgot about that. In fact, I think I got it turned off here too. That was supposed to keep me honest here. There we go. Not even 100% sure how useful that is or not, but I just happened to notice that wasn't on. Try to give you all a clue, I guess, as far as what most strokes, at least, that I'm taking there. Okay, so snap that all there. So now that's all compliant, I guess, with the rest of that fencing. That's done. Now we can get on to redoing, I guess, these. Now, like I said, probably what I'll end up doing is using these as these placeholders for the stands. I'll leave those alone. I'm not going to touch how those look, although I could. But I think what I'm going to do is just clone those so I have those, because it's got that LiDAR information. So if I do any adjustments to it at all, I want to have this still the reference, I guess, is what I'm saying. So this is what we determined was the best representation of the LiDAR. I don't want to hurt that too much. So if I do any adjustments at all, I want to do on a copy of those. So what I'm going to do is clone this one and that one. Box 5. And regardless of which one I use, as long as I have a separate set of these, I can always hide those so I have those to go back on. So we'll clone that. I can also probably rename these too now that I think of it. Alright, let's do this. So on 3 and 4, we'll do stand LiDAR 1. Okay, and then this other one. 2. Stand LiDAR 2. That'll be our copy. That way, in our items list, as far as the things that we have hidden, we'll be able to know what's going on with it. Okay. Cool. Now we'll just go ahead and hide those from the scene for now, and we'll have those, keep those for safekeeping. There. Now we can make any adjustments we want. Now, if we wanted to texture these just like it is, because like I said, probably what I'll end up doing is doing like a flat type of texturing anyway. I'm not going to apply a lot of 3D to it. I may go as far as to add a railing to it. You know, as far as in this is in a flat plane, that might be as far as I'll go with it. Again, just to kind of keep it relatively low poly, but add a little bit of detail to it to give, and then apply more emphasis to the texture and how that looks more 3D. Just like Torch did, I guess, with those stands that are on that ground, that outer ground piece. Something similar to that. Okay, so what I'm trying to remember now is that is the top of the railing, I think, is that high. Alright, so we go. So yeah, we can see where the top of the railing is right here. So we can see the fencing, the top of the fencing here. So the railing starts basically, the bottom of the rail for the stands basically starts at this, you know, the top of this fencing, this black fencing. Alright, so this outer, how do I want to say this? So the height that we got here is as high as we want to go. We don't want to go higher than this, is what I guess I want to say. So all I did when I made this placeholder here was just to say, okay, this is the highest point to include that railing, again, based on LiDAR, that is. So the railing will actually start down here. Okay, so what I'll do, is I'll take the face polygon for this, attach that, and I'll lower that down to the top of this level. It'll make sense once I do it. Alright, so let's detach this separate object. And I'll do that on the other side too. Yeah, let's make sure this is centered. Alright, so it's an editable poly, so now I can grab, this is a separate piece now. Should be able to take this vert, drop it down. So if I really want to get picky with this, I can probably try and get the vert height Z on this one here. Just check this out. So let's go into this object. And that should be centered. Yep. That's critical. So now what I can do is take the Z coordinate of this. I can bring that down that same height. Yeah, I think that should work. At least in theory it should. See what that gives us here. Paste that value into here. Ooh, it's too low. Nope, actually that should be about right. So what that's doing is putting that vert the same level, the height of that fencing. Now, keeping in mind too that this fencing we took a little bit of a guess at. So it may not be exactly where, so I'm kind of looking to see if that rail looks the proper height there. You know, as far as what we see in the picture, for example. We don't have any persons that are sitting in there to get an idea, but if I had to guess, this is probably about 4 feet. And I'm guessing, right? And again, we probably can go by some of the other pictures that we have there as far as people that are sitting in there to kind of get a better idea. If we had at least one person that was standing next to this rail, we would definitely be able to determine it much easier. Okay. So, I guess the conclusion I'm coming to here, that might not be that bad there. So if we do this on the other side as well, paste that down there. Now if we look at the height of that rail, and again, I'm really being cautious to not want to change this too much because we did take this based on what we saw in LiDAR. So this was the highest point that we did come to, I guess, as far as that. So if anything, we would either adjust the height of this, which would also include adjust the height of that if this seems too high. Almost the way I look at this here, you can kind of see that outline for where that is. The height of this rail almost looks about right, from what I can see in this picture at least. So we're basically focusing on the height of this rail that goes down there. The right side of the picture appears to be the guy standing on the rail. Where? Oh, right here. Yeah, I can't tell. I see what you're saying. It's really fuzzy. Yeah, I see what you're saying though. There's a guy standing right here. And that would probably be about right. I was thinking about 4 feet. And again, going by the average height of if we're considering this as a male, the average height is, you know, say around 6 foot, and we're using that as a general term. So the fact that he has that much railing, I guess, above his shoulders, that would conclude, I guess, as far as what I say to be, this would be about 4 foot, 48 inches, if you will. I think we're in the ballpark, at least, anyway. We don't know the height of this person. We're just taking an average, I guess, as far as that is. Usually anywhere from like 5'9", 6 foot. Okay, so I think we're in pretty good shape, I guess, as far as the height of that. Now, if we wanted to follow through, I guess, with the same height all the way through these the seated area here, we would bring that down to have the same amount of gap in there. So I think what this is going to involve is to adjust this manually, like so. You get that same amount of height. Like that. So this is going to be the seated area. This is all still a separate object. Okay. Something like that. Now, if we do this, hide this, object 1, okay, cool. And hide this, we can get a better look, I guess, of what's going on here. If I highlight this seated area, you can kind of get an idea. So we'll still have some railing in front here, which I'm not sure if there is or not. I might just bring that the same level as this seated area and just keep the railing on the outer part of it there. That might make more sense, actually. You think he's 6 foot? Is that your educated guess? All right, so we're gonna put this vert. Oops. Well, that vert, we're gonna put that right about there. Okay, so we're gonna take this Z value And put this one here. Paste. Alright, so now we got that uniform on both sides there. Now I'm going to take this here. Alright, so what I'll have to do is detach this piece here too, because I want to keep that height, you know, for the railing, I guess, on the sides. So I'm going to need to detach this front piece so I can marry that to that slant of the seated area. I surmise. Okay, that's fair. So we'll detach this poly. Boom. And then center that. Pivot. Center. Alright, now we can take these verts, delineatable poly, take this vert and snap it down to... Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? I'm getting it to the proper one. Yep. Good. So that's snapping it to there. There. Cool. There. So that's our seated area, and we still have our railing. Hopefully that's easy enough to see there, so you can... I've got these all in separate pieces. So here's our seated area. Got a little bit of a rise on the front end here, whether or not that's too high. That could be fair. Might bring that down just a little bit more. Yeah, I'm almost thinking I might bring that down just a touch more. What I will need to do... let's see how I don't want to do that. I almost feel like I want to weld those two. Yeah, let's do that. We're going to do... Not going to let me do it. Right, turn the snaps off. Down a little bit. Yeah, I just want to bring it down just a touch more. So let's do that. Grab this vert and snap that back to there. There we go. That's a little better. So now we got that at a Z of this. That. That to that. And also bring Z of this one down that same level. But whether I snap or just copy the coordinates accomplishes the same thing. There. So now I'm going to go with those uniforms. So there's our seated area. And that's our first level, I guess, if you will, on the front side. And then we got all our railing, which goes all the way around it. Now, currently as this sits here, it's only going to be one-sided on the railing. Okay. Alright. Just get an initial... It's an initial design of this. So we do have some stairs that go up along the one side. So there's a set of stairs that go along this way. I don't know how that's going to work. I'm going to have to see how that's going to... I might wait on this. I know there's some stairs that go off this way on that side. I'm going to at least focus on the one that we know is on one side. And the one way I can accomplish that is to do a Boolean cut. I'll just cut that as far as the width that I want that there, so that way I'll put that cut in there so where the steps are in comparison to where the seated area is. That's my initial way I think I'd do. So with this all the way it is, I'm going to probably collapse that all together. Kind of happy with that. What I'm also taking into consideration is how I do the railing. As far as do I want to have the same on... Here, let's do this. Let's hide this so here you can see what the heck I'm talking about. So just looking at the stance, do I want the railing to be the same all the way through on the side as well as on this short side? Alright, or do I want it more definitive, I guess, to have a more solid color going? Okay, so I'm just thinking here. In other words, do I want to separate where the railing is and where there's more of a solid color as far as for supports or things like that for these stands? There's things I'm contemplating. Whoops, I wanted to go to... Actually, these steps go that way. Looks like it. Okay. Alright, that I didn't notice here. So this one here goes that way. This one's kind of going the opposite direction of the... Okay. So they both go to the back way, but this one's going opposite of the slope of the rail. Dadgummit, why are they gonna make it that complicated? There's one. James is the first one to get the max jackpot. GG's. GG's. Get some hype in the chat. I know you got the winner going on there. Let's do this too. Oh, come on, really? Why you do that to me? Hold on. There we go. Exclamation point hype in the chat.
Let's get ready to rumble!
That's another good one too. Alright, so apparently they're not 100% mirrors of each other when it comes to the way the stairs are. That also creates a reason, I guess, for me to want to boolean cut so that I have these stairs as a separate item on either set of stands so I can orient that the way I want it. That's probably another good reason, I guess, to boolean cut to make that a separate piece. Okay. I think we can do that. I think it's doable. I think that's definitely doable. Oh, wow. Look at all them fluids. I know Racer James hasn't been on the stream here, I guess, for a minute. So yeah. Look at Torch though. Yeah, my level. Torch has been he's been playing quite a bit of slots. He got, man, one stream there. What was it? 7 jackpots. Not the max jackpot, but like 7 different jackpots. I guess almost in a row. It's crazy. Yeah, he was on fire. Well, James got a little bit of work to do, I guess, get those fluids up there. He's got more time than you, though. So, just saying. Alright, so, yeah, I think where we're at with this, I'm going to go ahead and collapse this all down. I'm pretty happy with it, with the construct of it so far. Let's see, we're going to take all these individual pieces. We got box 5 and box 6. No, not box 6. We got 5, 3, and 4. Wait, is there... Gummit. That was all that. Right there. Oh, nope. We don't want that over there. Shoot. Hold on. So we got 5, 3, and 4? No. Dang it. Sometimes it helps when you name this stuff. So we got box 5. It's that. I know I got at least 2 pieces. What's 3? 3 is that. Okay, we don't want that. We want probably 5, 4, 6. There we go. That's what we want there to collapse. Ah, that it did. So let's do hammer. Hammer time. Collapse. Selected. We don't have anything textured, so it doesn't really matter so much right now. Alright, so we want to also affect pivot, center that, and let's reset the X form. Boom. Lap stall, and we're going to reconvert this back to minimal poly. Fuel lanes. Alright, so now we're back to this. This is all collapsed. You can see all the outlines as far as the railing, the outside. Keeping in mind, like I said, the railing is only going to be one-sided. So the fact that that side is the only one that's going to have texture, this side's empty. So if I render this, you'll be able to see what I mean by that. Oh, actually, let's do this. Let's change background to a lighter color. Get some contrast to it. You'll be able to see, yeah, see, that's all. So there's no back poly to that, so we only got it on the backs, on this side. So if I render it this side, you'll be able to see that's where we'll be able to put texture. Okay, so we'll need to duplicate that. And a couple different ways we can do that. I'm thinking a lot of Boolean cutting, that's for sure. Boolean cutting. Use that. We've showed that before plenty of times. So let's do. Yeah, I want to get the double sides of these rails first before I go any further. So I think what I'll do, now that I've got this all put together, just to see what I've got in this fashion, I do need to probably do another detach, or I can just make another plane. Basically what I want to do is put a plane that's basically at the same level as this, so I can either make a clone of this that can detach this piece, again, clone it. In fact, that might be even better to do it that way, now that I think of it. Yep, I think it will, or I think about it. So if I go detach this, yeah, let's do that. We're going to try this anyway. If it doesn't work, we can always go a different method. Front of those stands should be higher to accommodate the steps with the landing. I mean, I can add to it as I need to. But right now, I just wanted to get that initial slope. So if there is a rail like in front of here for a platform, for example, I can always add to that. I had to kind of take that consideration, but I think the initial design of this should be sufficient for now. Right now what I want to focus on is just getting that double side to this rail. So the one way I can accomplish that is I detach this piece, I can extend this out and use it as a cutter. We're going to see how this works out for us. It may be a disaster, but we'll give it a shot. So I got this detached. I'm going to recenter this. Okay. And I'm going to make a clone of that. Seems to be a lot of cloning going on, but it's much reason for it. Now that I got it cloned, I can extend this out. Because that's angled, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Crap. Going this way, it won't be so much of a problem. What becomes the problem is this way. So if I extend it out based on an angle that way, I'll make the railing to it angled. I don't know if I want that. Let's try it anyway. You can always revert. It doesn't turn out satisfactory. I'm going to select that edge. Oh man, this is going to be a pain in the butt. Oh, that'd almost be better if it was flat. Okay, how do I want to do this? What I don't want to do, I need to extend out the cutter so that it goes out past it. That is the only reason why I consider this. I might be able to get away with not doing that and just see what kind of cut I get. It might be sufficient, so I might just leave that alone. Because if I try to extend this out here, I'm going to end up losing height on that, and I don't want to do that. I can always probably readjust it after I cut it. That would probably be an option too. I'm going to try just leaving it like it is and see if I get a decent cut based on Boolean. I know for these two sides, I can bring these out. Just extend it out just a little bit so make sure it cuts beyond that poly plane. Yeah, I'm kind of getting it. I don't want to extend this out and create another joint for that because I won't get a clean cut for sure. I can guarantee that I won't get a clean cut if I were to just extend it out this way, based on an edge. That's going to create a joint there. I don't want that. I just want to be able to extend out the vertex if I can anyway. But I'm going to leave it just like that to see what happens. See what kind of cut I get. And if it doesn't turn out satisfactory, I can always go back. In theory, this might work though. So this is my cutter piece. Let's recenter this. And the piece that I'm cutting into is this. Okay, so I want to hide that would be 4. Gotta hide one of these. So that's the original piece, right? Yes, that's the original piece. I want to hide that. Let me relabel this here as seating area. Let's do that, and we're gonna hide it. Okay, hide that. Hold that for safekeeping. Now I got my cutter piece based on that same seated area. I need to select this. Compound, boolean. Like that. And then boolean. So we're going to do cut refine. And then your operand P is usually always going to be your cutter. That's going to be the piece you're cutting with. Operand B is going to be that. And I think that did exactly what I was hoping it would do. So yeah, the piece that you're cutting with is always going to go bye-bye as far as once it's cut, but you can see the cut there. It looks like it actually did cut it the way I wanted it to. Sweet. All right, let's convert this back to inedible poly. Build bane. So now what we have with that cut, we've got these pieces here. Granted, now I can double side this. I can detach this and make a double side. Because right now we only have texture on the one side, not this side. But I'll be able to duplicate all of that and make a double side. That's what I was trying to accomplish there, so that worked. So the fact that I kept that other piece for the seating area, I still have that here. I'll be able to reapply that once I... Cool. Alrighty then. So now we need to take this here that we cut and detach that so we can make a duplicate and flip those polys. Double-sided rail. So we'll go... yep, detach. Object 4. Okay. And object 4, we need to select that here. Let's make sure that's effect pivot, center that. And then now we can take those polys and flip those. That'll be selected. Now you can see based on the coloring of that, you can see this is the dark side means that's non-textured, so it's hollow. So if I render this really quick, there it'll tell you those aren't rendered. Those aren't. Those are flipped the wrong way as far as on this copied piece. So if I flip these, I'm gonna create a double side. So now if I render again, see now we got a double side. Now on both sides, when we create the transparency for that, we'll have texture on both sides, just like we did the fencing. I'll keep those separate for now, so I can do rail 1 and rail 2. Oops, that's the wrong one. So object 4. Oh, okay, that's what I didn't do. So object 4, we're gonna do this as rail 2. Yep, do rail 2. But what I didn't do yet was from this main piece here. Let's hide this now. Second. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's all one piece then. That's what I was wondering. Hold on. Is that all one piece? No, that's one piece there. Where the heck's my other rail? What the heck? Alright, I confused myself here, so we got this should be the inside rail. What happened to why did it take away? Hold on. What the heck? What the heck did I do? Seated area. Oh, wait a minute. I did hide it. So object 2. Oh, what the heck? Oh my goodness, come on. Object 1 was that donor piece. What the heck into my other side of my rail? Clone that. Oh my gosh, what the heck did I do? Good grief. Okay, so object 1 was the original. That was our donor. What did I do? Did I not clone that? I thought for sure I cloned that. Maybe I didn't clone it. Rail 2, so we got at least the one side. If I flipped those, I guess, without cloning it. What I did. Am I losing it? I thought I could have swore I cloned that. I didn't collapse it. Oh my goodness. My brain shutting off already? That's not cool. I could have swore I cloned that, so I had two different pieces to do the inside and outside rails. Heating area is that. Okay. Alright, I guess I didn't, I guess I didn't clone it. Alright. Object 3 is there. Okay. Alright. I'm telling you. Guess I need to clone this. So that's going to be, rail 2 is going to be the inside rail. So I need to make a clone of this, which I thought I already did. Losing it. Let's make this as rail 1. Apparently I did not. Okay. Now, we'll be able to take those, put that back the other way. Oops, we need to hide rail 2. I think we don't get any of that. That's the inside rails. These are going to be serve as our outside rails. Rail 1. We need to flip these the other way. I could have swore I cloned that before I flipped it. Anyway, so now we've got a piece. That's our outside rails that has the polys facing outward. As far as you can see, that this will be textured. We'll render that. So you can see this is actually, and we don't have any on the inside because I got those hidden. So if I bring them, hide these, which are the outside rails, what we'll use as the outside rails, hide that. And now bring back out the inside rail. Now we'll have polys facing on the inside. So, that's what I want. Cool. Now, I'm going to keep the railings separate. Just trying to determine now how I want to do the separate step thing. Just wondering if I want to collapse that all just yet. I usually like to keep that stuff separate so that I can texture those independently. But it probably won't really matter. At this point here, I just wanted to see how that was going to work out before texturing. So even if I take the approach of only texturing one set of rails, you know, in this case, say the outside, once I get that textured, I'll be able to clone that and flip all those polys so I have a double side. So whether or not I do it at this point or if I do it after I texture the railing part of, the railing texture to that, really matter. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about, I guess, at this point. Let's go. We'll leave the rail 2 in there, at least for now. Whoops, that's not what I want. I want to hide those and bring back the rail 1, which is the outside. Like that. No, that's the outside. So if we texture that, and then once we texture that, we can clone that. We can basically just get rid of that rail 2 that we've got. But at least we have that there as a reference, at least anyway. So from this point, what I could do is, since we already got our cuts that we need, even after I collapse this, we're going to have what we need, I guess, to be able to texture the different areas that we want. That's the other big piece to all this. Hey, Racer James, your name changed color. What's up with that? You still didn't get anything on the shot. Unbelievable. That bot, I'm telling you. It's probably mad at you because you've been gone for so long. I wonder if that's what it is. I'm wondering if that's what it is. It's good to have you back, though. Yeah, so I think from this point, what I can do is collapse this all back together. So we're going to take this point, box 5. Yep. So box 5, rail 1, and seating area. It doesn't really matter which order. I guess I do that in at this point because it's not textured or anything like that. But I did rename those to kind of know for myself in the items list as far as what is what, so I'm not selecting anything that I don't want. But you can see, even with all those pieces selected there, I have all the areas cut out, I guess, as far as I can texture railing, I guess, to that piece, seating area to that, and then everything else as far as supports and things like that to the other parts. So far this is turning out pretty decent so far. Which leads me, I guess, to be able to go ahead and collapse this again. We'll collapse. Yeah, that'll work. We'll recenter that. And also reset the X form. Okay. That's what we want to see. Now, the fact that it doesn't take on the conformity, I guess, of the slant, that's not what we're concerned with. What we're concerned with is we don't want this orange box, I guess, to be too far out of whack, I guess, as far as the outside extremities of this whole piece here. The fact that it's taking on the highest point and not the slant necessarily, that's still good. That's still good conformity there. So we'll do collapsed all, and we're going to reconvert this back to bendable poly. Now from here, I want to do a Boolean cut into this one side here so I can make that stair area. Yep, and then from there I can modify that independently from the rest of the piece there. So this should be the size of the whole stands area. So it's not gonna add anything to it. For example, I want to cut into that to make a stair area, and then the rest of it's going to be seating area. Okay, so let's make, for that we're just going to make a simple plane. Scolded and got nothing either. Wow, that bot is super mad at you, James. Oh my goodness, he is so mad at you. You left him alone for so long. So anyway, I'm going to do a plane, and I'm going to take out some of the lengths and width segs to it. I'm just going to do 1 and 1. Drop this down here like 2. And then we're going to stand it up on end. Oh, look at that torch there. Slots with authority. With authority. Give me my jackpot. Almost like you're yelling at it when you... That's funny. So angle snap. Like so. Now we can put that So we want to basically dissect this into this here, and we want it to be able to protrude through that enough so that we get a nice clean cut. So if it's tends to be a little bit oversized, that's perfectly fine. Now where we line this up with, yeah, so the fact that it's longer than it needs to be or anything like that, that's perfectly fine. What we want to do is kind of cut this so we can make a stair area. Why we want to make that, that's still yet to, I'm not sure. I have to guesstimate this a little bit. How wide are steps generally? So if we look at this here, how wide would that be? That would be what? What's the width of a stairs like that? Would that be 2 feet, 3 feet? I tend to lean more towards against like 2 feet, 2 feet wide. Thinking something like that. So if we go, we use 2 feet, I guess, as a standard. Yeah, standard width here. So what I'll do is I'll make another plane. In fact, I can just, let's go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. We'll clone this. No, better yet, I'm gonna do, scratch that. We're gonna go plane, make another plane, and make this, so we got this in meters, so 2 feet. Let's bring up our what's the conversion for that? Shoot, hold on a second. Give me a second here. We need to bring up there we go. So I want to bring up a new window here. So we want to bring up meters to feet. Alright, here we go. So we got, how many feet? We want to go 2 feet. Is that many meters. So we want to copy that and put that into our value. I want to go width or length on that. Okay, probably more on the length. So 2 foot by 2 foot square. Let's stand this up. That might be about right. So if we do make it a 2 foot type of steps there, I think that might be good. I'm feeling that. This is a 2 foot by 2 foot square. Convert this to an editable poly. You can always change it width wise at least, or yeah. Hold on. Let's do this. We'll do angle snap. 90 degree. Put it up on end. Whoa, easy there. Okay. Now we're not using this to cut. We're just using it as a ruler, right? So we just want that width there, just in case anybody was wondering. I'm gonna put this over here. And that's what we're gonna use as the width of these stairs. 2 feet. There. This is, like I said, a 2 foot by 2 foot square. That's going to give us some indication of where we want to put our cut. Put this up against the railing. I mean, I can get really technical with this if I wanted to. I'm just going to cut it into there like so. I'm not going to, you know, snap that, I guess, to any verts or edges. I guess as far as that, I'm not going to get that critical. I just want it roughly 2 feet. And if I wanted to get really critical, I could do that. I guess as far as to snap, say this edge of the ruler, I guess, to that corner. Make sure I get exactly 2 feet, like you would with a measuring tape. I guess as far as you're going to cut something. I'm not going to get that critical, but I could if I... Man, you got the caps on? Why are you yelling at the bot like that? I keep noticing, like, slots, risk. Cracks me up. Right, so we're gonna basically clip this cutter. This is what we're gonna use as our cutter. Into our ruler piece. And I could probably even go so far as to add, let's do this, bring up material editor. Oh crap, hold on. Material editor. Wow, is that sluggish? Come on, baby. Got a lot of textures in them. Got a lot of materials in here. Okay, so I got this not being used at all. So let's go ahead and apply that just to get some contrast. That's all I was looking for here. Yelling don't work? Apparently not. Apparently not. Alright, so all I'm doing here is just to give me some contrast between these two different pieces. They're both the same color. Now I can see how much I'm clipping into that ruler there. So just to give me an idea, that's going to be a rough fit. So that's going to be the width of our, at least potentially, of our stairs. It almost seems too narrow. That's 2 feet roughly. So if I go back to the picture, it almost seems too narrow to me. I know I got a top-down picture, but it's on my other freaking thing there. I don't have that top-down picture. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go just a little bit wider, at least anyway. 2 foot, I just use that as a kind of a guide. That almost seems a little bit too narrow. While I look at this now, I'm gonna go a little bit more than that. Let's go like this. I'm using that still as a guide. We can do it closer to like, say, 30 inches. Something like that. I'm happy with that. I can live with that. A little bit more. Keeping in mind this is a 2 foot by 2 foot square. And using that as a ruler. Gives us some point of reference at least anyway. And you're trying real hard, I guess, to get that, aren't you? You already got the one, at least anyway. Alright, I'm not too disappointed with that, so we're going to keep this here. And actually, once we cut this stair piece here, we'll be able to use that on the other side as well. I think eventually what's going to end up happening is we're kind of just using it as placeholder right now. Once I build this one here, I'll be able to take a lot of the pieces that we're making over here and put it over on this side. I think that's what's going to end up happening, which is not a bad thing. But we'll have the proper height and all that stuff to it, as we've already determined. Shaking your head. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I still got some. You finally got some on the shot there. There you go. Yeah, something else I was considering here. I don't know where we're at as far as followers on the channel here. Let me look at this. I don't usually put it up here on the Spline Design Studio. Let's do this. Are we there yet? Oh no. We need 2 more. 2 more we need. Just had to look there. 2 more followers. Oh, you needed more tea? Is that what it came down to? Well, it looks like it worked. Alright, so I think we're good on this so far. So we still got this all collapsed. I'm almost feeling I want to clone this piece, just in case this goes sideways on me. We'll wing it. So we're going to go ahead and try and cut this. Hopefully we should be able to go back if it doesn't turn out right. Oh, I got the undo. I haven't turned off my angle snap, so I just forgot that. Yep, we only need 2 more followers, I guess, to meet that goal. I brought that up there real quick there, just to kind of see. Okay. So with our piece that we want to cut selected, we're going to go into modifiers. Oh, my bad. Create, compound, boolean. And we should still have the same settings that we had. So cut, refine. And then we want to pick our operand B's, the piece that we're cutting with. Like so. And then that should cut that. It's pretty good to me. Okay. So now, what we have the ability to do, yeah, we'll switch this back to editable. Do editable poly. Cool. So it did put that cut in there, so now we have this poly here to basically define, I guess, where our stair area is. Oops, wrong button. So here's our stair area, which I still don't have the inside, which is fine. So all this right here will be a separate piece for our stair area. Okay, so I think with that being said, I'm going to go ahead, attach this. Yeah, attach that all as one object. Cool. Okay, so now all this is one piece. I'm going to recenter that. Like so. And now, whoop, shoot. This is all going to be one piece. I missed the bottom. We're going to be able to remove that anyway. You don't need the bottom. Not going to see that. So this will be one piece that we'll be able to manipulate. So if on this side it happens to go, for example, this is turned around. We do angle snap. This is turned this way on this stand. 180 degrees. Come on now. There we go. And then we'll be able to add to that, I guess, as far as so that we've got stand to work on that side. But we can work with this independently from the rest of the seated area. Yeah, this bottom piece here for that, we don't need that poly. So the fact that this is left as a remnant there, we don't need it. No, we're not going to worry about that. In fact, go into here, go to poly, let's get rid of that. We don't need it. That can go bye-bye. That piece. Yeah. All that can go bye-bye. We don't need that. We're not going to see any of that. Cool. Yep. So on this piece here, just... Alright, let's put the... Yeah, so we should be able to rotate this back on 180 degrees. Just to kind of give you an idea of how much adjustability we have in that as far as the orientation of it and all. Let's put this back to 90 degrees this way. Oh crap, if I do an undo at that point, it's just going to put back everything that I already stepped out, so. Yeah. There we go, so we're back to 0 on that. That back over. The only thing I might have goofed up on might be the fact that I don't... Yeah, I missed the... I could probably always snap that back in there as far as all those verts. That's about it. Not a big deal. I think if we have a little bit of separation in it, it's not gonna... won't be too bad. Alright, at least get an idea with that anyway. Let me do this. I know I talked about how you can move your pivot to... Yeah, as far as to get an accurate reading, like if I was to move the pivot on one edge and snap it to a corner and stuff like that, I can do that with this to get it back to where it was by doing just that. So if I do this, do effect pivot, I'm going to snap my verts, so I can take this whole pivot and snap it, say, to this. Oh, I got it on. My bad. Wrong one. Wrong snaps. Snap into that corner. Okay. And then from there, I can get the... you son of a gun, I got the snaps on still. That's what happens when you leave snaps on sometimes. Alright, so turn the snaps off. There you go. And then what I want to do is get this vert location on the Y. Copy that coordinate. This is one way you can do it, at least anyway. You can do it like this, go back to this. And then where that's at here, all I gotta do is paste that value to here. I should put it right back. So that's one way to do it, by using coordinates. The other way you can do it, with that pivot where it's at there, I can put my vert snaps on there. And because I'm at that pivot, I can grab it right there and snap it right through that way. So one of two ways you can go about it, either by coordinate, putting the pivot, I guess, at the point that you want to snap, which is going to snap everything else, and do it that way. So either way you go about it, it's a couple different ways at least. But from this point, I'll go ahead and recenter this. Cool. Now we got that separate piece for the stair area. I don't think I need this piece anymore. I think I'm good. Because this one here, we'll be able to clone it, be able to use it on the other side. Whereas for the other set of stands. Now, like I said, I know there is another set of stairs that go this way, based on that top image there. I'm just going to focus on this one here for now. I'll have to look a little bit closer, I guess, as far as how that... Because this is a pretty tight area, I guess, as far as being able to get the same size stairs on this side. So I don't know if that's going to force me to have to choose some of this off on that end of the seated area. I don't know. In order to get that to fit. So in other words... Here, let me clone this. I got a lot of clone pieces in here. I just want to make sure. That's the other box. That's the fencing area. Okay, I think I should be... So let's do this. We're going to do... This is going to be... We'll call this one Stair 1. Call this one STA. Stair 1. Okay, cool. Now what I can do is clone this as a copy. We'll call this Stair 2. And what I consider here at this point, so now this is Stair 2. Separate object, so I can put this way. Now if I rotate this one, snap, and go rotate 90 degrees that way. Now keeping in mind it's still missing some polys, but just to give you a sense of what I speak of here. So that in order to get this to fit on this side, because there's a set of stairs that run this way on this side, that's going to go way past our fencing area. So I don't know if it's going to force me to have to chunk some of this off or shorten that up to get that to fit right. So let me bring back all of our fencing here just to kind of give you an idea of what I'm speaking of here. Object 2, like that. So the fact that it extends past our fencing area, yeah. So in order for me to get this stair to fit, I'd have to chunk off quite a bit of the seated area. I don't know if that's what needs to happen or not. And it might even just be that this set of steps is a little bit shorter and not quite as long. I'll have to look at that top-down view, I guess, as far as to get that. We're going to keep it in this orientation for now, and we'll have to investigate as far as if we need to shrink that down in order to get, or if does this a combination of the seating area and the stairs need to be chunked down to get that to fit in our fenced-in area. Okay. So we're going to delete that for now. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. That's a positive thing. Got our steps, which on this side needs to go the other way. But what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to group this and put this batch, I guess, over on the other side. I'm going to delete this one. We don't need this one anymore. We're going to use this. We're going to group it basically as a different type of clone and bring it on this side, and then work with what we need to do on this side. And then we can manipulate our steps on this side to go the other way and all that good stuff. So let's group these two pieces between this and this. It's another form of being able to move things in a group here, I guess. We'll group these, and it doesn't really matter what we name it because we'll probably end up ungrouping it. But we'll just call this stand 1. Just for the sake of it. So stand 1. And then we can clone that group as a copy. Oh, this is stand 2. Like that. And then bring that over to this side. And now, like I said, I'll be able to get rid of this one. Okay. Now we'll rotate this around. We'll do angle snap. Okay. Around 180 Like so. Then just move that into position. Oops. Now, the fact that it's probably off-center for the group, that's probably why it was offset to begin with there, but we'll be able to put this where we need it to be on this side at least anyway. Yeah, it's definitely offset there, and I should have probably did a effect pivot before I did that. In fact, I could probably still do that. Yeah, let me do that. Let me delete that. I'll affect this pivot on the group. Center that. That way when I clone it, I can just bring it straight across when I rotate it. Okay, so we'll do an edit clone. Stand 2. Okay. If I bring that straight across, that'll be proper offset. Straight across from each other with no offset, I guess is what I meant. Now we can rotate this. Angle snap. Whoops. And it's still going to be offset. You son of a gun anyway. Okay. Not sure that would have fixed the problem, but I guess it doesn't matter which way I rotate it. Alright. No problem though. Fair enough. So it's 180 degrees. The fact that we have the option to be able to move it on either sides. For the fact that we've got this on the wrong side anyway, so this is excuse me, this stairway needs to be on this side. Yep. Excuse me. So we're going to ungroup this one. We're going to take this set of stands and bring it over here. And we'll be able to manipulate it as far as the poly that's on the wrong side and all that stuff for it. No problem. So what I will do, let's see, let's hide object 3. We got a fence. Let's rename these so we kind of know what's going on in our items list here. So we're going to call this fence 1. So everything on this side is going to be 1, and then the other side is 2. We know what we're doing here. So we got fence 1. Over here would be fence 2. Just so we know what we got going on here in our items list as far as what we're referencing here, at least anyway. Box 6, what was box 6 again? Okay, that's that box, I gotcha. This one should be, you can ungroup this. Here. That one's box 5, and now box 6. So they actually did rename that as box 6. Okay, cool. Oop, this one didn't. Right, so stair 2, we want to name this stair 2. I'm going to rename that. Cool, take some of the zeros out of it. Cool. Right, now I want to hide this fencing so we can get at stands a little easier. Making some decent progress on here, I feel. Getting closer, I guess, as far as being able to get some texture onto it, but we need to get enough of the integrity of the structure, I guess, defined, I guess, before we get to that point. And we're pretty close. But what I want to do on this here for the stairs, we don't need, we want to move all the polys on this side to the opposite side, right? So we're going to take all these polys on this side, or 2 of them, attach that, an object, okay. Then we're going to select all of that, pivot that, move it initially to this side. Now we also need to flip those polys because they're facing the wrong way. We want the, at least for starters. We could leave it this way and make another one so that we have that double side that we need. We only need that on the railing, so initially what I want to do is at least just get the outside just like we have on the other side, at least anyway. Yeah, I still got you got a slots. Where's the hype? I didn't hear the. But boo, because bot is stingy on his right. Bot needs more drinks. I still say I still hold true. I guess as far as what I said, I think the bot's just mad at James. I guess for being absent for so long. I think that's what it is. That's the only thing I can think of. Daggone bot, anyway. Where's the hype for the? There we go. Some hype out there, I guess, for that. That's the Kappa. That's the middle ground jackpot, I guess, as far as on the slots. 3 Kappas. All right, so yeah. So what I'm gonna initially do, at least anyway, like I said, I'm gonna flip these polys so they face outward. For now, that'll be compliant, I guess, with the ones on the other side. Flip those. And the way I can tell is because the way that's highlighted. The fact this is darker, that has no texture, or no place to put texture, that's a back face, and then this is our textured side. Now I'm going to take that, and I'm going to follow that same concept with the pivot. We'll do effect pivot, and I want to go vert snap. Grab that and put it up at the top. That should be good. Alright. And we're going to take... Now we can do it one of two ways, like I showed previously. I can just do a vert snap, like that. Or I can do it by coordinate. So now that should at least be textured all on the outside here. We won't have any texture on the inside for the rail, at least anyway. But we can add to that. We'll get to that point. But at least we have this initially. So now what I'll do is reattach. So we got that object and the stair 2. I'll go stair 2 and object 2. Put that all back together. Collapse selected. Now that's all back to one piece. And we'll recenter all that. There it is. And then we'll also redo this X form. Reset X form. Okay. Good. We'll go ahead and collapse it all. And convert it back to an editable poly. Now to get this back attached to our stand piece, our seated area, we'll move the pivot again. Snap it up to here. Keeping the vert snaps on, and we'll snap it right back. So now we got it back to where we need it. So now we should have in total. Now this what we're looking at here is this. Wait, and I got that going the wrong way. So they tend to go face towards the back. So we'll have that option to be able to turn it. I might have went against that. So we're going to have some area here. This is going to be interesting how to do this. Now that I think of it too. So if I spin this around, we're going to have some polys that we're not going to see. I guess is what I get at. So it's actually going to need to go recenter this. Back pivot, recenter that. We actually need to turn this based on the picture. You can see here it's facing this way. The opposite direction of the slant for the seated area. We need to spin this. Turn that off. Rotate it this way 180 degrees. So it's more like that. So we're going to have a combination of some polys that are going to be visible and some that aren't, as far as that goes. So what we'll probably end up doing is another Boolean cut into that so we can eliminate the polys that we don't need that are going to be buried within the stands here. Because I'm thinking for the most part on this support side, it's just going to be a flat image. There's not going to be any transparency in it. The only place that I'm probably going to put transparency in this is the railing itself. So that's why I say it's going to take a little bit of cutting into what we don't need to show and what we want to keep. as far as polys that'll be visible. Yeah. That's gonna be evident on both sets of stands because they both have this orientation of the stairs going the opposite direction of the seated area. Yeah. Which is not a terrible thing, and what Torch was talking about earlier, I guess, as far as the platform, as far as how much higher it is here, as far as once you come up the steps here, you have this platform before you get to the seated area. We can add to that too. Yeah, so what we'll have to do is add a platform. Yeah, that's definitely gonna have to go higher. Okay, and a lot higher than I thought it was gonna have to be. Now that I look at it, because technically, if we keep the stairs at this height and put that platform there, that's gonna move that. I don't know how that's gonna work. We'll have to see. It's way lower than I was thinking. Alright, so we'll leave like that for now. I don't want to make this too complicated, but it's really turning in to be a little bit more of a complication. So we got this. Sometimes that happens. And it really comes down to how much detail you want to put in these models. That's really what it ultimately does come down to. Firebat. What's up, Firebat? Why? Wait. What'd I miss? WID. Why am I having a brain fart on that? What's up? How are we doing here, Firebat? What you do? And I forget what's WID. Please clarify. My brain's getting fried, I guess, with all this. It's overloaded right now. So. Oh, what you doing? Gotcha. We're creating a victory lane here for our track build. We've been spending the better part of what, 2.5 hours now, getting it to this point. So yeah, there's a little bit of clarity. So what we're in the process of doing is creating our seating areas. That flank, I guess, the where the car comes in, the winning car comes in here, sits right in there. Yep, and that's gonna go. Got the track still open here, actually. That is gonna go right in this spot. So we don't have it currently anything in here yet, but it's gonna go in this spot over here on our track. Put it right here. It's gonna go right now. So you can see, in reality, this is, whoa. Dang it, lost my mouse. I hate when that happens. Son of a gun, anyway. Anywho. There. So that's where it's going to go right there. So this is based on actual satellite imagery of the actual facility. So that victory lane is going to go roughly in this spot. Once we get it created, that's where it's going to go. Does that answer your question? Yeah, so even had to remind me. It's like, wow. I know that. You know, every time I see in Firebat's stream, when I see anybody post FB, I always want to think Facebook. So Firebat is defining the new term, I guess, for FB. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, so now anytime I see FB, I always think of Firebat, which is probably a better thing other than thinking of Facebook. I don't get onto Facebook, I guess, as much these days. I tend to stay away from it. That's just my own personal preference. All right. So we need to turn this one as well. So let's do that. This one we need to angle snap this one this way as well. So let's do 180. Let's go this way. Whoa, wait, the heck is going on there? Wrong axis. There we go. 180 degrees this way. There we go. And what we can see based on the picture right here, let me get some of the fencing out of here. Kind of clear the air. So what we can. Torch got another one. That's two. That's two so far. Oh, les smacks. That's 2 maximum jackpots in one stream. Wait, James is like, you dude, you son of a gun. Yeah. Like, what the heck? Alright, let's see what we got here. So, do I have a poly? Oh, I got these here, so I double check this one here. Yep, so we do have outside polys here. Okay. But nothing there. Okay, cool. So what we got here, what we're basically trying to depict here, as far as we got the steps going this way, which is the opposite direction, angle-wise, I guess, as far as the seating area, and that's what we can see here in the picture. Those stairs going the opposite direction of the seating area. But it has a platform in front of this, of the steps. We might have that a little too high. We might have to adjust some things, I guess, to get that proportionate. Because we got at least 3 rows of seating. And I've got that angle quite a bit now that I think of it. As far as the amount of the seating area that we have there, it's pretty steep. So we might have to bring that up. Like Torch was mentioning as far as it, but now that I'm to that point, I can definitely see that. Arbok coming away with the follow. Appreciate the follow. That means one more follower. Here, let me put this on here, just to kind of let everybody know. I'll go ahead and put that up. One more follower. That's all we need. Welcome on in, Arbok. Arbok's in here. Appreciate the follow. Alright, so what we need to do on this is bring the front end of this seated area, and it's all one piece here so far. So, I want to bring this all up uniformly. Yeah, on the front end. Let me put a different color on this here. So we'll go into our material editor and just give some contrast to this. This is kind of our generic material here. We don't have any textures applied to this. It's just all generic, I guess, for now. But just to get some contrast to this so we can see what is what. There we go. So there's our our stairs. Now we need to bring that up so we can create potentially a platform coming off those stairs. Now, whether or not I want to create a cut in here so I can make a flat part, I might have to do that too. That's something else I can do. So what I would need to do at the top of these stairs, I'd have to make a flat portion here so that we can make a platform going across the front of this seated area. Yeah, so that's something else I'm gonna have to do. Okay. Yep. So I can do one of two things. I can do it just through a poly cut, or I can do a boolean. It's a rather simple cut, to be honest, so I think I'm also wondering, do I want to be able to cut through? I don't really need to cut through the okay, I'm thinking out loud, just in case anybody was wondering. This happens sometimes. You have to be here lies, I wasn't already following. Hey, never too late. It's never too late. How we doing there, Arbok? It's never too late. Alright, so what I'm going to do, like I did on the other side, I'm going to take these two here. Let's get out of the angle snaps. Okay. Let's take these two pieces here, attach it as an object, and I'm going to put those on the other side, and then flip it. Flip it. Alright, so we need object 2. Is that what it was? Get out of that. Yeah, so this object here that I just attached, I want to pull that out. Let's recenter that. Pull that out. Now I need to flip these so that they face outward. Right now, these polys are facing this way. We want them facing outward, at least for now. just to give some clarity on it. Yep, so we want these faces here facing this way. Right now, this is the back face, so there's no back face to that. That's hence why this is darker and this is lighter. Alright, so we need to take these and flip it. So now we can snap that back. So I'm going to move our pivot. Take our vert snaps. Snap that right there. And we're going to keep the vert snaps on there and just snap this back to our stair piece. Like that. There. Now we've got that side at least anyway. We're still going to need to deal with the railing just as far as get the double side of the railing. But that'll come next. That'll come a little bit later. Now what I want to do is, I think while I've got this detached, like it is, I'm going to take this piece. Don't know if I want to do a boolean cut on that or not. I almost feel like I want to detach this. Let's go ahead and do that. I think that's what I'm going to do. Talk myself into it. Go detach. There's a couple of different ways you can go about this, but I think this will work. Turn our vert snaps off. I'm going to attach this piece. So what I want to do is be able to put a cut on this here so I can make this flat. Up at the top of the stairs so I can make a platform. Okay. Okay, so center that. Cool. Now we're going to go ahead. Hide this. Get that out of the way. And stair one. Idle that so we can just isolate this piece. Now all I want to do is create another plane. And I want to use it as a cutter, I guess, as far as to make a cut here. Now I can do this a couple of different ways. I could just do a cut, a poly cut, or a boolean. Let's do a poly cut. Why not? We haven't done that. I've done the boolean already just to kind of show, demonstrate that. We'll do just a poly cut. So as with this as an editable poly, we can just go cut, and then we can set. We can do an edge snap, for example. Let's go to edge snap, and then we can move this even after we cut it, right? So this is not like the way you would cut something in reality, as far as being able to move the cut. Once it is cut, so let's see if we can snap that. So there's a cut like that. Now we can move this however we like now. Let's get that. Turn that off. Now it is crooked cut. Definitely. 100% agree, but it's what we can do at this point is we can move it so that it's more proportionate. So depending on how much we want to go by here, so if we can move this now. And because this is angled, I might have screwed the pooch. So I think before I move this at all, I'm going to flatten this out, bring the Z down on this to this level. So right now this is at, yeah, so let's copy that value. We want to create a flat platform to this, like I said. Copy that value and paste it to here. There, and then also on this one. I could have done them both at the same time as far as to select them both, but I did them individually just to kind of show you what's going on. Kind of in hold your hand mode, they like to call it. So the fact that what is crooked is the cut, not this what I just adjusted up and down, you know, downwards here. I don't want to mess with that, so I want to get this cut here parallel with that. So the way I can do that at this point is I can look at the Y. Actually, I need the X, my bad. I need the X to see where these are at. So if I want to go by this width, let's go top down. So I need the X value of this so I can line that up straight across, make it a straighter cut. All right, so let's do X value, which is this. This is what's nice about virtual modeling as opposed to, you know, if you were to actually cut it crooked, I guess in reality, I guess as far as a piece of wood, you wouldn't be able to fix that in most cases. This is what's nice about being able to 3D model, you can fix your mistakes like that. Paste that value, so now that'll straighten that out. So now we got a platform at the top of this deal. And let's double check all of our Z's on this. So this one's at 4716. Let's copy that. Nope, this one's a little bit. Get them all the same level. Okay. 4758, I think is what I want it to be, yeah. Alright, let's undo that. I goofed. I know you can do 4758 is what I want it at, so we're going to copy this value. Keeping in mind these was our original edge right here. These are both at 4758, so I want to make all these at the same level. That one is, this one's not. Okay, this is the only one that's not. There we go. So now we should be level. There we go. Now we got a level platform at the top of our stairs. Bring all the rest of our pieces back. So we got our stair 1 and object 2. Okay, now we can see what we look like. So now we got that at the top of our stairs. Now whether or not we want to adjust our railing, I guess at this point here to make it not quite so high, because we did have this original edge here was creating our height for our rail, so we might want to bring that down. Yeah, I think that's the next thing I'll do. Bring that down just a touch. Back, I'm going to take stair 1 and this piece and reattach those. So we'll go collapse. Selected. Okay. And then we'll affect the pivot, center that. Cool. Now now what we can do, we can see where that original line was for that. We can actually bring that down to that level that we just created for that new platform. That was the whole idea of collapsing that back. Like my dear old dad used to say, you cut it off twice and it's still too short. Right? Right? Cut it off twice and it's still too short. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna need to convert this to an editable poly. This is already an editable poly, but now we can bring this level here down, so we can snap that. Actually, let's take this one here. Actually, do we have more than one vert there? Sure do. Okay, so we're gonna need to bring all that down. We can actually weld that. Get a little bit easier on us. Weld that, as well as weld that. Okay, now we can bring this down as one unit. Snap, vert snap onto that. Cool. Now, even furthermore, we want to bring this top edge down. That's always going to be too high. That off, so we're going to take these verts, and all that, bring that down. About like that. So there's our stairs with our platform. Now we'll be able to basically build off of this platform to make that where you step onto. Now again, this might be still a little too high. Keeping in mind, this was the original height that we got off the LiDAR. As far as this was the highest point on the back side of these stands. So really I don't want to change the height of that, which I haven't yet at this point. The only thing that I did, I did just change it there, but I tried to change it proportionally, I guess, as far as this platform, right? So if I were to go, say for example, let me double check this now that I say that. I brought this down, so if I go vertex on this one is at 5743. So if I check it on this one, it should still be the same height. If it's not, then we might have done something wrong. So vertex 5743. Oh, so yeah, I did lower that. So again, I wanted to be really cautious on how much I brought the height of this down, because like I said, we took a lot of this height data from the physical LiDAR that we had. So the fact that I brought it down from a 6.074 down to, at this point, what was it? What did we say? 5743. That's not too much of a deviation, so we should be okay. It's not like a drastic drop. So we're staying within, you know, about 300ths of a meter, I guess, as far as of the actual LiDAR. So I don't think that's too much of a detriment when it comes to deviating from the actual LiDAR information, which is the real world information. So, yeah. Okay. But if we want to get, with that being said, if we bring this rail down here to the same level that we just brought this down, that'll make it conform at the same level on both this part of the railing for the stairs as well as the back railing, I guess, for our seated area. Let me go ahead and do that. This, and I'm gonna make sure, let me double check to make sure this is centered. It's not. So let me double check it again now that it recentered it. Let's see, so now that it recentered it, what does that put us at? Vertex 6.074. Okay. And then also on this one 5.743. So if we copy this value and put that over to this on the top rail, we'll take that and that, put that to the same value that it is copied, like so. So that should be the same level all the way through. Now if we, to verify this, so we'll have to adjust this one here too, obviously. Not to that same level, but it's going to have to be go down. Like so. Now to verify, I guess, as far as the height of this to that, what we could do, let's kind of humor this a little bit. So let's go create standard primitives. We'll get a little bit technical here. Do a plane. 1-to-1, cool. So let's lay a plane down here. All we need to do is just make a plane about that size. Bring this up like so. Whoops, wrong way. So what I can do is set this plane, so I want to get it generally over the top of that, to that same value that I copied. Paste. This will confirm whether or not that is the same level. So if there's any gap in there, which I don't see any, that should be level straight across. So on this level here for the top of the stairs, and that should be at the same level. And just to kind of prove that even further, I can bring this down. You can see how much is poking through on both sides, on both parts. It's equal on both sides. It's kind of a little telltale, I guess, as far as to make sure if you've got one side higher than the other. So we got just about as much, even just bringing it down from what I set that same value for the plane that I created at the same height that I set those both here and here, and it showed that distance. But just to kind of give you some more clarity, if you pull this through manually, you can see there's just as much exposure on this as there is here. That'll give you some as to whether or not you get it at the same level. So if you want to humor that. Okay, so we're good on that. Q. Let's continue on this side here, I guess, for now. So I've been kind of doing a majority of the construction of the stand over here, and this kind of bringing it over to the other side. So what'll probably end up happening, because we have these two conformities, because we have the two separate sides, and both of these at this point should be pointing in the same direction. Take that back. So the fact that we have both of these sets of stairs face towards the back of the stands, they're going to be opposing each other. So they're not going to be in the same direction. That's what I meant. So as I build this side, I'll have to do what I need to do on this side separately, independently. So this is all in preparation, I guess, to get it ready for texturing. So I'm kind of thinking we probably won't get this in the sim. for right now, because we're kind of running out of time a little bit. I'm getting a little bit hungry, I ain't gonna lie. But it's been super productive, I guess, to get to this point. The information that we have to kind of use what we know to be true, I guess, as far as to get the heights that we need, and things like that. I think it's heavy stepping there. So I'm just gonna finish up this one here and get it ready for texturing, and I think I'll save the texturing part of it, I guess, for next week. That's kind of where I feel like I'm at. But at least I hope you get a sense of where we're, what we're trying to get to here. I think we're in good shape with this. I'm gonna create this platform coming off of this based on that edge. So let's go to this edge, and then we'll do straight up poly on that. Now we'll be able to get this distance over here, so we'll go into this seated area and get where that Y is at. We can line that up with the outside edge of that. Okay, so we'll go here, text. So we need any one of these here, doesn't really matter. We can grab just the Y coordinate for that. Copy that. Go back up to this platform. Grab both of those and set and paste in that value for Y. That should bring it all the way to the edge of our seated area. So that's our platform. So just like Torch was mentioning earlier, because as far as that's going to be higher because of how that platform is for those stairs. So that kind of clarifies, I guess, what he was mentioning earlier. But what we need to do at this point is take this entire front end and bring it up to meet up with that that there. So we might need to cut into that to make that more flat. We'll have to see how that works out. I might go ahead and detach a lot of these different separate pieces here in order to accomplish that. I think that's what I'll do. I think that'll work. But what I'm gonna do is like this, because I think this angle that I've got on this here too, now that I look at this, is way steeper than it needs to be. Especially now that I got that platform in place there, so the angle of that is going to be much shallower. Very much shallower. Okay, let's do this just to kind of get a sense of what's going on with this and whether or not we do need to bring it up or down. Let's see here. So let's go polygon on this, detach it. 4. Okay, then we'll center on that. Now I'm going to take the vertices for that, bring that up to the platform, and we want to be on the inside of that platform, I guess, too. That's probably another fair thing. Inside of that platform, so we need to bring it, let's do a vert snap, bring it in this way. So I got a feeling we're going to have to bring some of that down. That's way too, that's more like a deck than it is a seating area. Okay. Alright. I think we don't really know what the angle of that seated area is. That's the other part of the other problem. We're going to snap this to the platform, like so. We definitely need to bring that down. And what's worrying me is the fact that we've got that LiDAR data, right? I don't want to bring that down much more than I've already have, right? So I might just bring down... What's that? Stairs and platforms should be much lower on the back of this. Well, see, that's what I'm worried about, though, because if I lower that anymore, that's really taking away, I guess, as far as what we already know with the LiDAR. I've already lowered it as much as I have. This point here that I've got, well, not so much anymore now. I took that highest point on the LiDAR, and that was what it was telling us of how high this structure needed to be. If I lower it any more than that, that's actually going to go against what we know what's going on with the LiDAR. That's what's kind of concerning me at this point. So if I lower this even more here, I guess we'll be okay on this side, but not so much on this side, because whatever I lower on this side, I'm going to have to lower here to make it uniform, just like I just did previously. I mean, it clearly does need to come down, don't get me wrong, but it's going against as far as what we, the information we took from the LiDAR. This is the highest point, based on this edge here at this point. I mean, I did lower it that little bit, right? I don't want to take away from that, so I don't want to go too much lower than what we already have taken away from the LiDAR information. So that's where I'm kind of conflicted at this point. I feel that should be the size of our rail as far as the height of it. And I don't have the LiDAR information in here, but I just know, like I said, as far as the way I did these structures, you know, as placeholders right now, I use all the LiDAR information, so I don't want it to defect, I guess, too far from that height-wise, as much as even I already did. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Yeah, because even if I bring this down, hold on, let's do this. So this one and this one down, say like this. That would mean I have to bring the platform down, which means I have to bring down the height of that rail, because that's going to make it too tall. All right. So if we go back into this, I'd have to bring this platform down, which is going to force me to have to bring that rail down, because that's going to be way too tall. And that's going to defect, I guess, as far as from what we took from that LiDAR information, being this is relatively the highest that LiDAR was. So I think we're missing something somewhere, I guess, as far as what that LiDAR actually represented. If the LiDAR represented, say, for example, just the seating area, and not so much the railing. No, it wouldn't have been that, because that would have made that even higher. Okay. No, scratch that thought. I guess it basically comes down to is what did that LiDAR information actually represent? That highest point. At least for these stands, anyway. Okay. I mean, this is more what it would seem to need to be like, but if I, like I said, if I bring this platform as well as the stairs down, I would also have to bring that height of that rail, and that's what's really afflicting me right now. All right, James. Glad you can come around there. Too bad the bot was super stingy with you. I appreciate the sub. Resub. Look at the original model. What do you mean the original model? An angle that was based off. That's, I already told you. That's what I did. Yeah. Well, the original model was basically that. So I have those two that are hidden in here. The only thing that I've moved down so far is that little bit. You know, so yeah. So this is the original model of the LiDAR, based on LiDAR, that height data. Right. So. Oh, shoot. Box 5 I need to get rid of, yeah. Right. Hide that. Shoot. Alright, so this has the original placeholder that I had based on LiDAR. So that was the highest point. Right there. So I've only moved it down that little bit. And I don't want to go much further than that. I'd have to go way lower than that, you know, to accommodate, I guess, this, yeah. So something's off here a little bit. Bottom line. Oops. We'll hide that again. Unhide. I know the other thing you're probably saying, I don't have the LiDAR in here. I don't have that scene. It's in another location, so I don't go digging for it. That's why I did it the way I did it. I guess as far as so I had that information based on the LiDAR. Wait, did I bring the wrong one in? I did. Sure did. Hold on. Shoot. All right, let me hide that one back. I need to bring back box 5. Yeah, I was hoping not to have to bring that LiDAR back in at all. That's why I built that placeholder, I guess, as far as to conform to that LiDAR information. Okay. But if what you're meaning as far as to recompare, I guess, that my black model here, I guess, to the LiDAR, I already know, I guess, as far as what I did, I guess, as far as to get it to what I needed based on that LiDAR, just so I didn't have to bring that whole chunk of LiDAR back in. But the fact that it's so far off, I guess at this point I really needed to determine, I guess, as far as what did that highest point of that LiDAR represent. You know, if it was the railing or what, because we didn't really get a clear definition of the stands. We only had was the spiky bits, for example, I guess, as far as the points, to show that that was a high point, and that's basically what I went by. Yeah. That's what I would say too, but even if that's the case, right, we don't want to move that any more than it already is. So pretty much what we got here, like I said, I only moved that down just that little bit from that original position. If I go any lower, that's going to defect even further from that LiDAR information. So even if it does represent, I guess, that top rail, we're defecting too far, I guess, from that what that LiDAR information is. And it would mean, look at how much I would have to bring it back down. So if I move it on this angle, for example, which would seem more reasonable, that means I'd have to move this platform and as well as this railing and this railing down as well. Unless if, you know, the railing on the stairs don't match. I kind of look at it that all that matches, you know, as far as the railing on here as well as on the stairs. If they don't, if they're offset, then that would be a whole different ball of wax. That information we don't have. So if it does end up being where, so from what I can tell from this picture, the height of that rail for this, maybe it's not, now that I think of it now. The railing on the stairs might be lower. Yeah, so if that's the case, then we won't have to worry about that. I guess the thinking that I had on it was all that was the same height, both on this side and that side. That may not be the case. So we can probably deal with the height of this one here independently, which would help tremendously. Okay. Let's try that just for giggles. The deck would be 3 tiers down, same with the rails and steps. From the rails and deck. Oh, that's what you were trying to say. Okay, I gotcha. Alright, well if that's what you're trying to say, then I think we're good to go. So, yeah, so I just had to rethink, I guess, as far as how this was oriented here. I was thinking in terms of the fact that this was all level on both the height of the steps and that, which in this case I don't think it is. And that might be part of the reason why they offset that the way they did. Not so much to go towards the back, but also to not have that the same height. Otherwise that platform is way up in the air like this. If you made it all the same height, you know, as far as rail wise. Okay. So let's do this. We're gonna take all these verts. Whoa. Crap. Not that way, I didn't want to do that. We'll grab all these verts. We'll move this down to, okay, better yet, we need to go to this level on the seating platform here. So we'll go to this level, which on this Z, copy that value. Alright. I think we might be Gucci if we fix it this way. Alright, so go back to this. I got those still all highlighted and paste that value that I just copied. Now we got that platform our new level on our seated area. Cool. Now we can adjust the height of this rail independently, I guess, as far as from that. Okay. That's kind of the beauty, I guess, of having it independent, I guess, that way too. So we're gonna take these verts. Wait, are those all welded? Make sure. I think I did, yep. We'll be able to snap that to that new level of the platform. I think we might be onto something here now. Good deal. Alright, so let's do... snap that there. And because I don't really have another vert to snap to here, I'm just going to get the Z value of that if I can bring that down. Go like this. We need to get this Z value, copy that. Just to make sure we got the right one. And yep, 4.013, cool. We're all the same as that platform that we copied, I guess, originally. Good deal. So now we go like this, and paste that value. There, now it should be level. Now we want to bring this down. Oh. I readjust the height of that. Cool. Marvelous. That might not be too bad. Dig that. So what we can't see, I guess, is how high is that front of this deal here on the actual stands. I mean, we can... Yeah, so we're kind of guessing, I guess, as far as the angle of the seated area, right? It may need to go a little bit lower. It may necessarily need to go lower. Yeah, I think it's definitely working better, too. Yeah, probably a bit lower. Yeah, we're kind of guessing at that, but I guess, kind of thinking in terms as far as how steep would these steps be, right? You don't want them too shallow, right? But I think I can go maybe just a touch lower. Not too much. Otherwise, the steps on these would be a little too shallow as far as the pitch of it. Yeah, so you can kind of see how those are. I almost feel like the pitch that I got them at currently is almost where we want to be at. So we can kind of tell here, in a way, how high that is. You can see where the platform is. So I think we're pretty daggone close as far as the height of that. Alright, let's go ahead and fill this in on the, just to kind of give us some clarity here. So if it's go like this, let's take these verts here, and we need to snap. Let's shoot. Alright, so I gotta move. Dang it, I need to move that railing up too. I don't want to do this. We want to take... Let's try that. Gotta move this back up. Here. So what I want to do, I'm going to bring this up just a little bit. I want to bring that to that same level. I should still have that value copied. I'm going to go like this. Paste that into here. Okay, that would be level with the platform. Cool. And try it again. This side too. Alright, we only got the one. That's right. We'll paste that value. Like that. Okay, so now we're level with that. So this is what how high the platform is. So yeah, it does definitely seem to be I need to go a little bit lower. Yeah, so based on what I can see, so I got a little bit of contrast here. This is the platform. That's the height from the bottom of the stands to the platform. You can see in the picture that's a little too tall. It's only probably about, I don't know, maybe 4 feet. So yeah, that's the clarity that I needed there. So what we'll do, more time here. Let's bring down. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We need to grab all of getting back into this object right there and bring this platform down a little bit more. Show. Alright, now we can see how low we're bringing it down. I don't want to make this stairs too shallow. See how shallow they're getting? That's the other thing I'm keeping in mind here. That almost seems like too shallow of a pitch right there. Even if I bring this other end down, that's still going to be... That's about as low as I want to go with that, I think. But what it's looking like, I can also get rid of a poly here. Yeah. Probably take that poly right out and bring the steps angle, I guess, right, snap it right to that bottom edge there. So that poly out. That, and just bring the steps area down this level. That, and copy that Z. This one. There. That's probably the lowest pitch that I want to have on that. See that pitch there? I'm not looking at the rail, I'm just looking at the pitch of the stairs. That's probably about as low as it needs to be. Yeah, I mean, half fence high, but I mean, I'm also looking at the pitch of the stairs. I guess that's another thing I'm taking into consideration with. That's probably about as low as we want to go on that. That's going to simplify the model a little bit too. Alright, so now let's bring our seated area down to that level of the platform, which is now at value, so copy that. You know what? Screw it. Let's take the seated area, snap that edge, snap. Oh, like so. Now we need to bring this front part okay, I gotta move this uniformly here, so let's take that off. Yeah. Let's get it close, and then we can go. Now we can take this. It's that value. Oh, what the frick did I do there? Alright, okay. This Z. Copy that. Back into this. And paste that there. There we go. Now we can adjust this as much as we do. So, okay, now we gotta get this side. There we go. So now we're level with that platform there. I think we're getting there. I think that's pretty reasonable, actually. I think that's pretty daggone reasonable. I'm not disliking it. Put it that way. Q. Okay. Now, what I want to do is we need a face basically going on this side here, but we don't need, as I was mentioning earlier, there's some polys in here we don't need, whoops, on the inside here, so we don't want to add polys that we don't need. So what I can do here is create an edge off of this here. That should be a good candidate, and then just pull that up, and then I can basically fill that in. So shift drag this out. Whoops. Shift drag that out like so. I'll be able to snap this down on this end. I'm going to work with this in here first. Let's do vert snap. Add that to there. Okay, and then snap this back down. There, that'll fill that side of the stands in. Now let's make sure the polys face the right direction. Cool. There. So now we've got, if we render this, we'll be able to see where are all our polys are. Oh, let's render that real quick. Oh, nuts, okay. Yeah, you can kind of get an idea, I guess, as far as I can tell. It might be harder for you guys to tell, but you can definitely see the step area, the railing. We don't have any railing on the one side, but that's that piece that I put in there to fill in that side of that stands. That'll be a part of the steps, the way I've got it so far. It's all going to get combined at some point here anyway, but yeah, you got to get the idea, hopefully. All right, so let's moving right along. Let's grab this edge. All right, let's turn off invert snaps. How about that? No, 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 no. Like that. We want it to be about that level. Yep. So we'll go ahead and snap this vert. I'm gonna snap this vert to there, and then get that Z. Copy that value. Okay. And we're going to paste that value over here. Okay, so now we got that at the same level. Now we can put this here, same level. Go back into this model. Oh, I need to snap that down too. Okay, do that first. Bring that all to that same level. We can either snap, or we'll just use coordinates since we already got that pasted to our... Oh, nope, that's the wrong value. My bad. My bad. All right, let's get... Hold on. Hold on. Grab this value. That value. I need to get this down to that. Okay, cool. I'm doing it this way just to ensure I know it's at the right level instead of just snapping it. I could probably get away with just snapping it, but that way I know it's at the right level. Now we can just take this, and again I can snap it if I wanted to, but I'm gonna copy this value, so go to D, recopy this value. That's where I'm clicking. A little crazy. I haven't saved this at all yet, but I should have auto saves enabled. That's another reason why I wanted to keep the LiDAR out of it. That LiDAR uses so much storage space, especially with as big as it is. Okay. Here we get all our verts. I'll have to weld that, looks like. This definitely needs to be welded. Okay, there we go. Now we can kind of get a sense here of what we got here. So we got our steps coming up onto our platform. Got the rail, at least on one side. These are all separate pieces. Our polys facing inwards. I'm going to flip that for now. Just to have them all facing outwards, and then we can do our inside ones in a separate step. Flip that way. Okay. This one here, let's see which way these are flipping. Yep, that one's the way I want it. And that one's the way I want it. So we're having all of our rails facing outwards, I guess, for now. And we'll create a separate inside rail. Cool. Yeah, so the other thing we got to deal with, like I was mentioning earlier, is that set of steps that goes out sideways this way. I'm gonna have to look at the top-down view, I guess, as far as to get a better depiction. So I think we're gonna have to shorten this up in order to accommodate putting that stair in there. But at least we got somewhat of an idea here. So all this right now, I'm gonna collapse this down into one piece here. Let's see how I want to do this. So I did create some polys based on that staircase. I want to segregate that staircase back to what I originally had. Alright, so let me see what I got here. So I got that. What all do I have in here? So I got stair 1. It's over here. Hey, gummit. Oh, come on. In a pain in the butt. Jeez, OP. Alright. Why are you big? Heck. It's a crap. That's definitely getting close to the ending time here, that's for sure. Crap. Why is that not letting me move that? Add that over. There we go. That's better. I just want to see what I was selecting in here. So I got some pieces in here that I don't know what it belongs to. So stair 1, my bad. That's that piece. I want to combine some pieces here real quick just to kind of get in that sensor. So 3, that, 4 is the seating area. Okay, so I don't need 4. Okay, so I need stair and 3. Okay, pretty good at that. So we'll go ahead and collapse that down. That should include this piece here, which I'll be able to segregate that. So do that, collapse, selected. Alright, then we'll affect the pivot. Enter that. Cool. Okay, now we got like that all as stair 1. Now what I want to do is kind of detach the pieces here so I can apply that just to the stands. Then I'll have that stair area, I guess, as far as being a separate piece. Oh shoot, you know what? I forgot to move. What the heck happened here? What is going on there? Not liking that. Back to editable poly. Gotta clean this up here a little bit. I don't know what happened there. Ouch, I don't like. I see that. Oh, I see what it did. Oh, okay, I see what it did. So it kept, yeah, with that new platform. Okay. What I might have to do. Does what? So because I made that platform there, I didn't conform the railing, I guess, to that. Okay, let's delete that. We're gonna redo that. We're gonna put a cut into there so we can actually conform that to the platform. Otherwise, we're gonna. So this we can just snap to that. That's fine. So we do like this. Gotta clean this up here a little bit. Yeah, we gotta conform our side here and our rail, I guess, to conform, I guess, to that new platform that we put there. Not a big deal. All right, so we need to. I'm gonna put a cut in here, and I'm just gonna do a poly cut. Let's go with this. That poly. Get on the poly, you dummy. Thank you. We're gonna do it. But let's do a edge snap. About there. There. Uh-oh. Try this one. There we go. So button there. Out of that. We'll be able to move it as far as manually. Need to. So get out of that. Oh, I had. That's on. Cool. Now, got these two different pieces here. So we're going to take this vert, snap it to that platform. Go back to vert snaps. So now, if we want to line this up there, it's probably not going to be critical that we have it straight. Even if we left it like that, it should be fine. But we can get the X value to make it straight down. Kind of clean that up a little bit. So we'll take the X value on this, copy that. and paste it here to kind of straighten that up and make it cleaner. Cool. So now we got that. Now we can create new railings that face outward based on this new edge for that staircase. Let's go to edge, grab this edge, and yeah, we can do these time here. And we'll pull this up. So now we can snap this vert. There. Come on now. Snap that vert. Now we can get that Z value. Copy that. That should be the same as we did previously, I guess, as far as to get that all at the same level. Alright, turn off the vert snaps. We're going to paste that to this one. There. Do them in here. I have to weld that. Go ahead and weld those two. So, there. Now I think we're in good shape there. Now we got these polys should be facing out. Cool. Oh, this one's flipped. Go ahead and flip that back. There, so now we go both flipped out. That's the same as this one. Cool. Marvelous. So I think we're in good shape there. Now we want to segregate, gives us that stair area, and segregate that from the platform and that side. And we'll brush that all down, I guess, as far as onto the stands. Okay. So we need all of this. Let's get out of there. So that. Didn't have any bottom on it. Took that out. All of this, we're going to detach it. And we're going to call this back to stair 1. I might have 2 of them in here now that I think of it. Let's see how that works here. So stair 1. I think I might have 2 of those now. Yeah, so what is this now? Stair 3. Oh shoot, so it named it stair 3. So what was stair 1? Hold on a second. That's that piece. Okay, that's fine. I'll end up collapsing that down to the actual stands now. So this piece, we're going to take box 5 and this stair piece and collapse those together. Yep, so we'll collapse that. Selected. That's fine. It's going to take on that color. That's what we want. That same material, at least, anyway. Pivot under that. And we'll go ahead and redo the X form here just for giggles. Set selected. And that looks good. Last all. And do double poly. And how are we doing on... Yeah, we're looking pretty good. As far as the number of polys, at least, in it anyway. Is this sticking out here? Almost looks like that poly's sticking out there, and it might be. Yeah, that's not conformed to. Hold on. Oh, that's another same issue as we had with the steps there. We'll have to fix that too. I guess as far as to get that railing, I guess, to match to that platform. That's what's happening there. Okay, so I might have to put another cut into that. But I think for the most part we're good on that part. Now we got this as a separate piece. So this one here we can now rename back to stair 1. Okay. Whoop. Stepped too much out of it. Go like that. Cool beans. Now we'll go ahead and center that. There. Now that's a separate piece. Back again where we originally started with the new conformity. I guess as far as proper height, and all that good stuff. And then the stands, totally separate piece. Need to fix this end to form it to that platform, like I said. Let's see here. I think I can cut right into this poly. Alright, let's go like this. Let's cut into this poly. Roughly about right there. So let's do a cut. Let's do an edge snap. Go from there to there. Yep. Oh, let's get out of that. Now we should have that piece and that piece. Now we'll be able to bring that vert down to that level. That should work in theory. Okay, let's vertex. Might have really. Did I mess that up? Maybe. Let's do vert snap. Okay, I didn't cut through the rail. That's what it was. Shoot, that's what I really needed to do. So I'm gonna have to cut that separately. So I did through the side, not the rail. Okay, cool. I gotta have to do those independently. That's not right. So far I did it just to the side underneath, on the bottom edge of the rail. I just didn't do through the rail itself. Okay, so we're good there at least so far. Let's straighten up. Wait, hold on, dang it, let's undo that. I had edge snaps on too. I just want vert snaps. Snap that there, cool. Now we can straighten this up on the X, like we did on the rail for those stairs. There we go. So that's that part. Now we need to make a cut into the rail itself. I didn't have to detach that either, so that's kind of a nice thing. We can just go right into that poly. Apply a cut. And I'll put edge snaps back on. And I'm doing edge snaps just to make sure I can see actually the edge that I'm, from one edge to the other. Whether if I do it from top to bottom or bottom to top, usually doesn't matter as long as it turns green. See, I snap it. That created a cut, and I can straighten it out from there. Okay, turn that off. Now I got this piece. Now I'll be able to snap this vert. That. And put it back on vert snap. That there. Now I can adjust height of that vert. But at least we got it conformed to that platform. That was the whole idea. Let's move this down a little bit. Actually, we want to get it to this level. That's right. We want this Z. Paste it here. Boom. There we go. Now that's that end conformed to the platform. Now we got both ends as far as the stairs and the Ooh, we're looking pretty good. I would be ready to texture it for next time. I think we're to that point now where we can actually texture it. So I have it as it sits right now. I have the stands and the stairs as a separate piece. So we'll be able to group this and take it over to the other side. In fact, I might go ahead and just do that, and then we'll be able to manipulate that how it needs to be on this side. So all this can go away at this point. We don't need any of this anymore. That was kind of placeholder. Now you can blade. You made for the which one was that? You mean? There shouldn't be anything left in here unless you're talking about. See this rail 2. There's some stuff in here I can definitely get rid of. So fence 1, fence 2, object 1 we need still. That's our donor fence piece. Our LiDAR. This rail here we don't need. Rail 2 we don't need. Oop. Unhide rail. Oh, for crying out loud, where'd it go? Rail 2. That should... That, we don't need that anymore. That can go bye-bye. Fence 1, fence 2. What do we got left in the scene? Object 4 was... That's for the seating area. I forgot to collapse that into it. That's the seating area for the stand, so I'm going to collapse that too. So let's take box 5, object 4, that's the seating area. I'm going to collapse that down too. Yep, we'll have it all collapsed. So do collapse. Selected. Yeah, so I'm not sure what you meant, I guess, as far as what plane I made for the front of the stands. I don't know what you meant by that one. So collapse. Selected. And we'll re-affect the pivot, the center. Good to go. And then we'll also redo the X form while we're at it. Cool. Looks marvelous. Hold that. And re-convert this to enable poly. So there we go. Now we got all the stands. We can hide that just to kind of confirm. Nothing left there. And we got the stands are separate. Or the stairs are separate. Cool beans. And now we'll unhide box 5, which is our basically our stands 1. In fact, I'll go ahead and rename that. It'll be stands 1. I think we got rid of all the stuff we don't need, I guess, at this point. So we got stands 1 and our stair 1, and obviously we got the rest of the victory lane. But probably at this point too, I can recollapse all that fencing, I guess, back to one piece. Probably do that too. So let's go unhide. So we got our fence 1. I might leave that separate just for now. I might, if nothing else, I'll just put that donor piece, I guess, back on this. Yeah. Here. Fence 1, fence 2. Yep, that should be the other side. Cool. Yeah, I think I'll leave that like that for now. Just so we have the option, I guess, to be able to turn the sections of the model off. Cool beans. I think it'll work. So I'll go ahead and group that, like I said, as far as for the stand and stair 1. Group that together and call this stand 1. Another one. When you made the stairs, you had a plane extending in front as a deck. When you made the cuts, yeah. So at this point, yeah, I don't have anything that we don't need anymore. We'll do stand 1 on this. So now I got this grouped. Cool. Now I'll be able to duplicate this group. We're ready for texturing. I'm not going to do that right now. I mean, we're already well over 4 hours. I think we're good for now. I'll save this for next time. I was hoping maybe to get something in there, but obviously it took a little bit longer than expected, I guess, as far as to get to this point. But I think we're in pretty good shape. We kept it relatively low poly, and I think we definitely have some room, I guess, to be able to apply what we want to it, texture-wise. So let's go clone. Make this stand 2. And we'll bring that completely over to this side. I'm not going to worry about manipulating, I guess, as far as how that... Yeah, so we'll wait, I guess, as far as being able to move the stairs to the opposite side and flipping it and all that stuff. We'll save that for next time. But just to get it over here, just to kind of see what we got, I'll do a angle snap. Get this rotated. So, get it into position. Just to see what we got so far, at least, anyway. We know the stairs are on the wrong side. I guess that's the only point. We do know that. Just to kind of get an idea of how that was, what that would look on this side. There we go. Cool. Pretty good shape to be able to texture it for next time. Yeah, no kidding. You know, the fact that we did have to make some determination, I guess, as far as, and one of the biggest hangups that I had, as it, just to kind of reflect on this, is I didn't know that the railing, I didn't know if the railing for the platform was the same height as the stairs. And obviously you wouldn't be able to do that. To have that slope, you know, putting it all together there, there's no way you'd be able to have that the same height, right? This makes more sense. Logically, it makes more sense. But when you look at, and it's all about perspective, I guess that's what it is as far as the perspective that we have here. We cannot really tell if this is the same height as that. But when you're actually putting it together, it makes more clear sense that there's no way that it can be the same height as that in order to have that platform where it needs to be to have that angle for the seating area. So sometimes it just comes down to actually creating the model to come to that conclusion based on perspective of the picture reference that you're going by. It brings you to that clarification. Yeah, this is the only way it's going to be able to happen with, yeah. So everything that we've done there, that's brought it to that realization there, at least anyway. But we are in good shape, I guess, to be able to texture that bad boy for next stream. I'm happy with it. So whether or not we use different trans area, I guess we'll kind of reflect on this here too. So I got plenty of area to be able to use here. I'll probably borrow some. We'll try out some different texturing methods, I guess, as far as for this next week as well. So there's going to be a little bit of. I'm going to save this as a PSD. I haven't done that yet. We'll do Victory Lane as a PSD here with just that empty layer. Do that while I'm thinking of it. I was hoping really to get into, I guess, doing some of the texturing there, but yeah, I'm getting super famished, and good reason as well. So let's do Victory Lane PSD. So now, just to clarify in here, I now have a PSD with just that empty layer for, and we'll start on that next week. As far as we'll go through some ideas of what we can put in here for texturing. We're gonna need to have some trans for the railing, obviously. So whether or not we kind of extend on what's already here, or maybe even use what's already here for that, we'll play around with that and see what kind of result we can get on it. And yeah, so we're in pretty good shape, I guess, as far as what we got to go over for next week. Well, we appreciate it. Yeah, so it's a lot of work. It's a lot of stinking work, and if anything, I hope the takeaway from this is there's a lot of mind crunching that you have to do. It's a mind. It screws with your head, I guess, a little bit. So as you saw, what I struggled with as far as to understand how things, when you think logically, I guess, as far as how things are built and the dimensions of railings and things like that, it all comes together, I guess, as far as like, you just have to go with common sense, I guess, as far as what it comes down to. And I think by applying that common sense, it's gotten us to getting to this point, at least anyway. Which I think it's going to be a reasonable build of us two opposing stands, I know, on opposite sides of the victory lane. So there you have it. All right, do we got anybody left? I think I might have bored everybody to death, to be honest. You know, that's usually what happens in a lot of these types of streams. So it's fair, I get it. It's not for everybody, but like I was saying, as for what I really, if anything else, what I really hope that most people that watch the streams, as far as get some appreciation, I guess, as far as what goes into these little detailed pieces that go into track library or map libraries. Someone has to create these, right? They just don't, you know, poof out of thin air type of thing. So yeah, and that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, so as far as you have to virtually build it to understand, it's like, yeah, that's not going to make sense. So, and we saw that just the way I did it. I came to that conclusion that the height of the step rails at the top level of the stairs couldn't be the same height as the back rail. There's no way you'd be able to get that slope that you need there, so I think we're in good shape though. I like it. I'm happy with it. Yeah, it is definitely good progress. Yeah, that's the new tech way, I guess, as far as being able to apply in the virtual sense. So you're not wasting material. So using just, and I kind of clued in on that, I guess, a little bit previously here too. When you make a cut virtually, as opposed to in reality, if you cut it in reality, you just wreck that material, and that's going to cost you money. The fact that you can actually do that virtually in here, you can create that same size of piece that you would cut in virtually, and see how that cut's going to work. You know, as far as to get a particular angle or particular trajectory, I guess, of a cut, and determine if that's going to be possible, I guess, as far as to apply it to an actual piece of material that might be pretty expensive. So, doing it in the virtual sense is very useful in many different levels, I guess is when I say that. Alrighty then. Yeah, I don't know if we got anybody left here. I know we got Yasso and Torch. I know James had called it a night. That's understandable. Been pretty busy, I guess, as far as with still working on the house. I appreciate he did stop by. I just kind of feel bad. I guess the bot was being really, really stingy. What? He did not get any, as far as I know, he didn't get any jackpots or any shots or anything like that. So that's, well, hopefully he doesn't take it to heart too much. But it was good to see him, I guess, coming in here, I guess, after a long time of being absent. Plus the new resub. Awesome. 33 months. 33 months. Long time. And he's been, Razor James has definitely been supporting the channel, I guess, for way longer than that, too. Way longer. Going all the way back, I guess, as far as before Enter 2003 days. The fact that we're revisiting, I guess, as far as doing these things for Enter 2003 is kind of getting back to our roots, I guess, as far as a little bit. Anywho, I think what I'm going to do is just do what I consider to be a soft raid. It's been kind of, you know, relatively quiet here in the tail end, I guess, of the stream here. And feel free to stick around, I guess, for the end of the host at the end of the stream. And hope y'all, everybody that's left that's listening, as far as has a fantastic rest of their weekend. I'll be streaming probably no later, I guess, as far as for Truckin' Tuesday. Tuesday, that seems to be a staple, I guess, as far as I know. I got it on the schedule. Been having a little bit of fun with that. Been doing some BJ McKay type of stuff, I guess, with the new K100. That's officially available, totally available officially, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop for ATS, American Truck Simulator. So yeah, I've got the BJ McKay scheme on there, so I've been having fun with that. So if not then, also on Wreckfest Wednesday. I got coming up for Wreckfest Wednesday, probably a fair mention, for those that don't know. I have applied to join in on the celebrations of sorts, I guess, as far as for Warrior Week, through Wounded Warrior Project. I'll be putting up a charity starting around the week of Veterans Day, as it did last year. It's about the same week as Veterans Day week, I guess, as far as in November. There'll be a charity posted up, so whether or not if I'm live streaming or not, I'm going to leave it up available, I guess, for people to be able to donate, either a one-time donation or recurring, however you want to do it. It's your choice. As far as every little bit counts. If you can donate a couple bucks, $5, whatever it is, no amount is too small. And I will try and put incentives in there, I guess, for people to donate, I guess, certain amounts. As far as for that, so that's, I'm still working on some of the details, I guess, for that, but be on the lookout for that. I'll be making a post, and probably the Discord and the Twitter. So if you're not following me on Twitter or the Discord, make sure you're doing that, I guess, as far as to get the information for that if you're interested in that. But yeah, that's about all I have there. And other than next Saturday, I guess, as far as for Spline Design Studios Saturday, we've already kind of covered what's going to be going on and gone over on that. So yeah, I'm good to go. Hope you all have fantastic. You know, feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream if you so choose to. No problem, Torch. If you can, you can. If not, that's totally understandable as well. Whether or not you want to co-op or whatever, or if you want to just watch the stream, totally fine. You don't have to be watching the stream. I want to make that abundantly clear. In order to donate to the cause, the link to the donation page, it doesn't go to me, right? It goes directly to Wounded Warrior Project. Once I do get it set up, so you don't have to be 100% participating in the live stream if you want to. If you don't have the means to be able to do it, or the time or whatever, you can always go to the link that I'll post on, like I said, either on the Twitter or on the Rock Nation Discord. Be able to go there. If you want to make a donation, go ahead and do that, or just let everybody know about it. If they want to come to stream, you don't have to join the stream if you don't have the ability to. I guess that's all I'm saying. It's definitely pretty nice, I guess, as far as when we can get more people, I guess, to show up for the streams, you know, to kind of support such a cause as Wounded Warrior Project, especially with Wounded Warrior Week during that week there. But if you can't, there's other ways, I guess, that you can contribute, I guess, as far as without being there. But it's a little bit, it's a win-win situation when it comes to that. So again, with all that being said, I'm gonna get some food. I'm pretty hungry, getting a little cranky, brain's starting to shut down, and all that good stuff. So we'll see you again real soon. Bye for now.